Okay, so I believe that we're ready to go ahead and get started. We would like to excuse Mayor Westmoreland. He is under the weather. And we would like to officially start the Eagle Mountain City Council meeting, June 21st, 2022. It is, let's get a real time, it's 4:06. And the first thing that we have are our city administrator items, and we will turn time over to Paul Jerome.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, we'll start with public utilities. First of all, I just want to thank all the residents for the response on our request not to water last Friday. It was overwhelming. We had water in tanks that haven't had water in all season yet as a result of that, so it was very much appreciated. Again, you know, we've been talking with council for way longer than any of us wanted to on the well situation. But I'll update you guys right now on where we're at. So Zimmerman Construction is on site today, actually actively treating well number 1. Now, well number 1 went down in February. It took, because of, you know, labor and contractors, supply shortages, that kind of thing. We've been up against a lot with each one of these wells, but specifically labor on that one. That one was fixed in May, but then we've had some bacteria in that well that's got to be treated before the state can pass it off. So that's what they're doing right now. Hopefully by the end of the week, we're going to have a little bit more, you know, of a picture of where that's going to go. With well number 5, the parts have been delayed again due to shipping. Now we're told they should be arriving by Friday or Monday. And then there's a 4-day installation and testing. So we're hoping by the end of next week, right, Mac, if I'm understanding this correctly? Hopefully well number 5 will be back. The golf course well should be operational this week. I'm going to knock on wood right now. That's good on wood. There you go. It looked like I had some help in the back too. Thank you. One hiccup with that is the VFD and electrical. They're keeping an eye on that because if when that starts back up, there's a chance that could burn that up, and if it does, we would be out until December on parts on that. So someone on Facebook did say, hey, why don't we have parts on board for all of this? We would love to be able to have parts on board for every possibility, but it's hard to keep literally hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment on hand just in case. So we have to be careful about how we do that. There is a bid opening for the Headworks project at the sewer treatment plant. It's been moved to June 28th, but it's expected that it'll come before council on July 5th. Moving on to engineering. Anyone who goes through the Unity Pass area will see that work is being done on a pad site for well number 7. That's just, I guess, to the west of Hidden Hollow Elementary on the south side of Pony Express Parkway. City staff, mainly Chris, is working with Flagship Homes to locate the next well after that, which would be well number 8. A generator has been located or placed at the White Hills well last week. So now the city can operate both of those wells at the same time rather than having to toggle back and forth. Crews have been, working on Eagle Mountain Boulevard widening project. They've been placing sewer pipe. That's going to continue through the next 2 weeks. Southbound Major Street will be closed this week as part of that installation. Design is to begin this week on traffic signals at both Woodhaven and Pony Express Parkway and Stonebridge and Ranches Parkway.
Is that like bids or
just the design work, so then they can go out to bid on those. Chris will have to clarify this one for me. For the Mid-Valley extension, it says the 70% design review, so I guess it's 70% done?
the design, yeah.
Okay.
And send it to the city to make any comments.
Okay, so the city's gonna review that. Design's underway also for the culvert at Silver Creek Way, across the wash there. And we're coordinating with Flagship on their portion of the roadway. City staff will be bringing the water IFFP and IFA to City Council on July 5th. We're crossing our fingers on that. And then that will be followed in consecutive council meetings for the the wastewater and the transportation IFFPs and IFAs. Moving on to streets and stormwater, the streets department's going to begin paving the Hidden Hollow parking lot near the well right there for the trailhead tomorrow, and that should be completed by Thursday. I think Zach said, was it 400 tons? Over 400 tons of asphalt that our own employees will be putting down. So that's amazing. If you haven't been out to the Rival Pond, that should be done today. I've been out there just yesterday. It's amazing. Again, that's our crews that did that work, and it's incredible. So much appreciated on that. The Division of Water Quality will be auditing Eagle Mountain City for its municipal stormwater or storm sewer system, June 28th, 29th, and 30th. Lehigh got theirs, and Saratoga Springs got theirs, so we kind of knew it was coming this direction. So, and that is all I have right now for updates.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. The next, oh, sorry.
I was just going to point something out too, for the sake of the citizens, and maybe you could clarify. It seems like sometimes social media, we get beat up on like that water situation, even the road widening. I don't, people maybe don't understand all the way that it's not a matter of poor planning or why are we running out of water. If we can't get water from point A to point B, we might own plenty of water. We have water rights. We don't have water in the pipe, right? Getting it from point A to point B. So some of those situations where I think there's been some criticism, we can't foresee or forecast some of this stuff happening. We have tanks that are empty, and if we can't get it from the ground to the tank or from CWP to the tank, so that's part of what we were dealing with, and maybe shedding some light on that.
Yeah, again, I appreciate that because you're right. We're operating off of half of our. There's 6 wells that we can use, and we're operating off of half of those at the moment. So,
and
in fact,
three of our best producing.
Yes, well, at least 2. The 2 best wells are 2 of the 3 that are down right now. So not only. Yeah, in fact, one of those 3 that's down is the one that we operate the entire city off of in the winter when there's no outdoor landscaping going on. Just to put that in perspective, we provide water to all the homes in the city off of just 1 well during the winter, and that's one of the 3 that's down. So it's pretty significant. Yeah, it's not because aquifers are running dry. That's not the case. It's just about mechanical failure and contamination from the fix. So again, it's just perfect storm, and in this environment, everyone kind of is unfortunately getting somewhat used to going to the store, and sometimes there's things that aren't in stock that you need at that moment, and that's not normal. We're also being affected by that too, from the city perspective. So, and again, it's, if all these sources were running, we'd be just fine. In fact, I'm gonna knock on wood for this too. We were marveling that we were doing as well as we were doing off of that, those 3 remaining wells. And so that's a testament to our residents doing their part to try to save on water. And I know we've been communicating, some of the things that the state has been saying as far as, okay, water once this week, water twice this week. And our residents are following that guidance, and it's much appreciated in saving that water. So we are getting to that time of year, though, where we're just talking, starting, I think, Monday, it's probably going to be 90s from here on out until mid-August. And so we're hoping we don't have to issue any more messages on a Friday afternoon saying, hey, please don't water. And again, we know we got a little bit beat up on Facebook for some of our own city open space sprinklers coming on that night. We have, I think, 75,000 sprinkler heads that we maintain, and I don't know how many zones that is, but it's not as, and a lot of those are on smart zones. That was one thing that was brought up, and most of them are. But it's a matter of trying to get those on delays and things like that when we issue our own warnings. And so we appreciated some of the residents calling us out, and we responded and got those shut off. So thank you.
Okay, great. The next item is 1B. This is a discussion with the Economic Development Master Plan. And we would like, do you want to introduce this for us, Aaron? And kind of lead us into what we're going to be doing here?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good afternoon, Council. So, purpose of this discussion today, there was some talk in our last council meeting about a desire to bring Zions Public Finance here today to, as a body, to be able to talk through some of the vision, some of the goals that the council has when it comes to economic development, which will help us as we're in the process of crafting our new economic development master plan to make sure that we are aligning the goals. We're not chasing something that ultimately is not what we want to do. So we do have Heather Upshaw and also Aaron Montgomery from Zions Public Finance. And if they want to come up, I'll invite them to come up. And then really this is just time for the council to be able to let us know where should we go from here, kind of what the vision is, and I'm sure they'll be happy to answer whatever they can about the process. And yeah, really just kind of go from there.
Okay, great. Yeah, Heather and Aaron, right? Yeah, come on up and let us know what questions you have of us, or kind of help lead this discussion.
Okay, well, I'm Heather Upshaw from Zions Public Finance. So we are working on your Economic Development Master Plan, and I think you may have received an email or phone call saying, hey, we want some feedback from you. And I think we've received one back so far. So we really just want to hear from you what your vision is. I have some questions from our survey and our interviews that I'm happy to, if that helps spark something and get the conversation going, I can do that. Or if you want to just start letting me know what your vision is for your community as far as economic development, jobs, retail growth. It's a large umbrella of those, but whatever works for you all.
What would be most helpful for you? I am one of those guilty parties that didn't get around to the questions. I have them pulled up right here.
Okay.
I mean, would it be helpful to go through those questions, or would it be more helpful for you to go through that survey?
So it's the questions.
Okay.
Aaron can take some notes back there. So yeah, if you want to just, if there's certain questions that you're like, this doesn't really pertain, I don't think we don't need to hit every question. But those were questions that we came up with, just again, trying to spark some dialogue of, what you see for your community as you're growing and going to continue to grow. Just kind of getting underneath that while you still have all this beautiful land left to develop, so.
Should we do that? As a board?
Sure. I know Councilmember Kirk is always full of ideas and interests.
I have plenty of ideas, but I always go first.
Well, okay, so let's just walk it through this. All right, Donna
Well,
already
see-
has her
Well, and
answers
I will state
formulated.
that my reasoning is that I wanted to have a discussion as a body, because sometimes we throw out ideas and then the staff and consultants are left to know, well, is that 3 people that want us to go this direction, or are we 2.5? So I just figure it's easier to give some very clear direction. At least that's my perspective.
Okay, let's
was that
do it.
from Aaron?
Let's do it.
Who was the email
It's
from?
from Seth Benson.
Oh,
Seth is from Zions as well.
Is who I got it from. So, okay, so let's just take a few minutes and just have a discussion about each of these questions. The first question is, what are the greatest economic development needs in the city? I guess if I was to answer that, I would just say, more of a commercial tax base, more retail. I don't like that our residents have to travel into Saratoga Springs or even into American Fork to purchase things. know if this is an economic need, but I feel like we need more Instacare emergency room type facilities in city center. I feel like we have to go way too far for that kind of service for our residents. Any other thoughts?
I'll throw a couple out there.
Yeah.
I mean, this has been something that's been on my mind. I really think we should be pursuing a satellite university campus. I've had that discussion with Aaron, and I would like to see it be something that is kind of aligned with more of a rural or agricultural-based community. That's something that I think we ought to be looking at. I like the idea of hospital and those types of services. Radiology, any of those types of medical services that we don't currently have in this area. I also think there's an opportunity for veterinary services to be in this area. Also RV, UTV, those types of goods and services. I'd love to see RV cells and UTV cells in this area. In adjacency to 5 Mile Pass, it just makes a lot of sense to me. I'd love for people to be dropping their vehicles off here, let us work on them, or bring them in when they break. They're literally just 4 or 5, 6 miles from here. So that, to me, I think is something that we should be considering. And one of the things I really think as a city we should be focused on is looking to attract sit-down restaurants. I can't tell you how often we hear that from our citizens. And I'm not sure how we do that. I don't know if there's, and I know this is kind of a dirty word, I don't know if there's some sort of incentives that we should be considering as a city. I'm going to leave that out in left field and pretend I didn't say it, because I see Paul looking at me like, Brett, be quiet.
Well, no, it's unfortunately the legislature took that largely away from our ability to do.
Well,
so.
I want to be creative in how we try to
For
attract.
retail or
I'd
what?
like to see us
Retail.
do that.
Specific to retail. So there's some,
Top-down approach to governance. I get it.
yeah.
Those are just a couple of ideas that come right off the top of my head. Now I'll be quiet and listen to my fellow members, see what they say.
I also was thinking sit-down restaurants, so we might have to be creative about how we do that. I think there are other ways to incentivize without creating RDAs. I mean, we just be the kind of community that they want to be in. I was also thinking high-tech agricultural, so like hydroponics, low water use type agricultural uses. I would also echo college, trade school, or university extension, and I do like the idea of agricultural alignment, so maybe USU or something that would work that way. It's got that focus. I also am very interested in, I guess the word I would use is kind of diversity of opportunities, meaning, like for example, I use data centers because that's really what we have so far, but I want to continue to allow for them, but not for it to be the focus. I want to make sure that we broaden our horizons and make sure that we're bringing in other types of things as well. I did like also everything related to outdoor related type of activities. So Councilmember Wright brought up RV and UTV. I think that's a great one. Also mountain bike sales and services, things that will work in conjunction with the outdoor branding that we kind of have for our city. I think that helps us to get to the vision. Those are the few that I have.
For me, high-paying jobs, preferably in the tech industry, just because, and I don't know if it's still the case, it would be interesting to do a survey, but when we did a survey several years back, we had a preponderance of tech-savvy residents. That was where our skill level was, and so when we talk about jobs for our residents so that they don't have, I would rather have jobs for the residents so they don't have to leave the city, because when they stay in the city, the retail comes. So, and we saw that retail came because of Facebook, just because we have so many employees working. They're not necessarily our employees, but they're working in the city, and so jobs is a big deal for me, but high-paying jobs. And I love the outdoor ideas, obviously the college, medical tech jobs would be great. Yeah, so kind of along what everybody's saying.
And I agree with that. I think one of the things that is maybe a nuance to that for me is I do want more jobs available here, but I also think that it's extremely important that we balance that with our way of life. And I've heard it said recently, kind of Eagle Mountain's kind of the biggest small town or the biggest, you know, Eagle Mountain city, what was it? I don't know.
I don't want to take credit for it, and it's still in the process, so I have to be careful
No,
about
no,
that.
but I think it expresses
But
the.
it's a saying that came to me one day, and it's this: it's Eagle Mountain, Utah's largest small town, and I think that that's pretty descriptive of at least how I feel about our city and how I think many of our residents feel about our city, recognizing that we're a big city and going to get bigger, and that we are in fact a city, but we want to maintain those small town roots.
Okay, Jared, do you want to chime in on this one?
Yeah, a lot of ditto, I guess, because I remember campaigning back when the prison was being contemplated for Eagle Mountain, and exactly what I said on the campaign trail, is that 6 years ago, is what everyone's saying now, and that's a college and a hospital. Those are the two things that and obviously professors and doctors make decent money, so high-paying jobs come with that, and then also support business, you know, around those. They generate. Small towns in central Utah are run by colleges. You know, I mean, Ephraim wouldn't exist if it wasn't for a college town. So anyway, yeah, obviously those are no-brainers, and everybody would want one if they could get one. So get in line, I think, but that's what we need to aim for. Obviously, the capitalizing on some of the things we already have, like UTVs, ATVs, trailer sales, things like that would be nice if that's something we can focus on. But my brain wants to take me to the fact that everything's free enterprise. We live in America, so all we can do is hope and help and encourage and try to provide ideas and then let people act for themselves. So sit-down restaurants is a big thing. If there's a way to get those here, we know rooftops and numbers are the key. So, like I say, a lot of dittos. Are you going to go through some more of these questions, or do we kind of
Yes.
cover them?
No, we're going to go through them
Okay.
already. Okay, do you need clarification on number one? Okay, so number two, what are the key sites for retail development? Who wants to start that one off?
I'll go first since I went last. So to me, you know, location in real estate, right? We've got projected freeways in the future. We've got expansion of roads. We've got existing stuff. I don't think you can really, we can predict what we think, but we can't predict human behavior. Paul even said that earlier this week. So traffic is the key. And right now, obviously Macy's, Ridley's, you know, some of the anchor stores we have, that's where the traffic's at. Is it going to always be there? I'm not sure. So all we can do is plan on what we have. If we get a freeway that is still being contemplated, whether it moves east or west and where it actually goes through the valley, then that's where I think our major retail will be. But we don't know. It's not even on the 40-year plan for UDOT, so we'll see.
Other thoughts?
Yeah, one of the thoughts is that we've got, I think that there's probably a strategic location somewhere along Eagle Mountain Boulevard for more retail. We'd have to decide on that because we've put medical center and campus out there, and certainly we need that out there, but maybe at Crossroads there should be some retail that would be appropriate for that. I think that's one of the better locations, probably more on the north end too, as well as this area around us is going to be a good location outside of, we have some needs for city potentially, but that's a good one. So I think that those are strategic locations.
So I got a question actually, and I know I already went. We just did an annexation and a rezone for property where you're talking about. Are we saying that this is contemplating master plan change for some zoning commercial out there? Because that's the area that I would agree.
I'm not arguing that it goes right in the center of our medical center campus. I'm thinking maybe more along the lines of at the corner of SR 73 and Eagle Mountain Boulevard or somewhere like that.
See, I don't disagree with that, but what about when that freeway comes further?
Right, or maybe in the area that's where the freeway crosses Eagle Mountain Boulevard.
Right.
I'm not married to anything.
But great idea, right?
We need something out on that side because we know that
and that's 10 years
we don't
out?
have any more area up here in the ranches for any more. Not really. There's a small amount up at 73 and Branches that I think would be wise to plan for some retail, but other than that, most of it's gonna have to be out here on this side of the city.
Okay, any other comments?
I'll throw a couple thoughts out there, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, so for me, I think what you're hearing is generally what is one of my major concerns. I'm just going to say it that way. I think there are pockets of areas in our city that are left for retail consumption in the Ranches area, the North Service area. But I think on the South Service area, the central part of our city, I think it's pretty well undefined at this point in time. And I think that's part of why, and we're talking about this internally, about this whole, just the whole contemplation of what is the vision for Eagle Mountain City, what do we look like? You know, Councilmember Gray's been pushing us to think about a city complex and where is that going to go? How does that relate to all of this? What are the road networks like? I've been advocating for a road network to connect us over to Saratoga Springs across Hidden Hollow. So I think that depending upon where those things settle, that there will be some really terrific areas, I think, that should be contemplated for retail growth. If we can get that Mid-Valley Highway to go across and drop down into the Mountain View Corridor, for me, that's a perfect place to bring retail in as it comes across the mountain and you drop down into a city center complex. It's just not defined at this point in time. So I think we're working on that and trying to kind of coalesce or bring all of those ideas together and define that. And I think we're at a point where the general plan is going to need to be looked at and amended to incorporate some of these ideas.
So for me, as you know, I worked on some legislation for the city with staff, with city nodes, and that would do it. It would tell you right where it goes. And I think it makes sense to put it in places where, at crossroads. And so on that map, it shows bigger areas and smaller areas and, you know, what's appropriate in each of those areas. And so I'd love to see that make it onto the Planning Commission agenda so we can talk about it and get some ideas. But yeah, that's kind of, I just think, if we decide where we want it, it's better than just haphazardly letting it appear. So I think we need a plan.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think I have anything to add. Just, you know, we've got a lot of major roadways and projected major roadways, and I feel like we need to take advantage of those. Do you need anything more than that?
No.
Okay.
Were we doing any more questions or?
Yeah, I'm just going
Okay.
down. I'm on number 3. There's really 9. So we're trying to move through them fairly quickly. What type of jobs would you like to see in Eagle Mountain?
And I've heard that, so if you,
Yeah,
some of these.
kinda high-paying jobs.
High-paying jobs, tech jobs.
Right, and I think that that is
Medical
important,
jobs.
but I also think that it's important not to forget that we actually have a very strong mix of tech jobs and then a lot of blue collar as well that I don't want to forget about. I think that we do need different types of jobs, and some of them will not be those high tech.
A movie theater and a bowling alley, right?
Huh?
We all need to work in a movie theater and a bowling alley as a kid.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Okay, number 4, what amenities would you like to see to enhance Eagle Mountain economic opportunities?
And I've heard trails, bike trails, you have ATV trails. But in addition to those, is there anything else that amenity-wise that you would like to see that might bring in, you know, maybe bring in the outside? You don't just want your own people shopping here, you'd like to be able to bring in other people. So maybe some
Well,
destination
I think
amenities.
I think Councilmember Curtis talked a little bit about the mountain bike trails. I mean, we're becoming very well known for our mountain biking community and for the opportunities that exist there. I also think that there's an equestrian element to our city that would be really nice to enhance maybe and shine a light on, spotlight a little bit, and create maybe greater opportunities for that type of community. Councilmember Gray, he's a big rodeo fan. Don't get him started on that. you know, horses and cattle and some of those things, I think those things, there's an opportunity for us to capitalize on that economically.
Players can't be fans, by the way. But I think that's, I mean, I haven't got my report yet from last week's rodeo, but that's exactly, in my opinion, some of the biggest economic opportunities or economic impact that we have in our city are the Derby, the rodeo, the carnival. I have reports, which I need to get emailed. I have emailed a few things to the council, but I have reports of where people came from just specifically for the rodeo and the Derby. And actually, surprisingly, 4 or 5 years ago, probably better than 80% of the attendance at the events that I know about, not counting others, which are great, were within the city. We're at a point where more than 50% came from Bluffdale, Lehigh, Saratoga, the surrounding communities, to those events. So they have a huge draw from outside of the community. And I'll get those numbers for you, just side note.
I would like to see an aquatic center. And shoot me now, I know. I shouldn't bring it up, but I mean, it's probably one of the things that my family travels the farthest to go to. I think we had somebody bring up a miniature golf course. I mean, I think that would be really fun. I think it would be fun to take advantage of some of our natural assets and be able to put those to use and bring in people from outside the community. Any other thoughts on 4? Can we move on to 5?
I just would add that my preference would be to work in conjunction with doing incentives to hopefully get at least part of that funded by whatever company is coming. That would be my goal, if that makes sense.
The aquatic center?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, because it's not a reality right now. Okay, 5, is a walkable retail center gathering place important to you?
Yes.
And I would say I'm on the opposite end. No, and it's...
You don't like to walk?
No, I love to walk. I mean, it depends on what we mean by walkable. If we're talking about mixed use, if we're talking about a place where you drive down and you can't find a place to park, like most of these walkable type communities that are touted, I'm not personally interested. I don't think that that's a good thing. I know that the planning community will not agree with me on that, but I don't think people, I don't know, a lot of people don't want to go down there, myself included, because it's not.
But the people that live there love it.
Right, but I think that that's the point. If we're trying to create an area for commercial, then why are we focusing on residential? That's the problem.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So, and that's not that I don't want people to be able to walk. I think our trails speaks for itself. Like, yes, I believe in the walkability, but my goal is not to decrease car traffic, not to decrease the amount of parking that we have in areas, which comes together with all of these types of planning philosophies, that we remove all of those and have mass transit down to a node. Like, that's not what I'm interested in. I am interested in a gathering place, if that makes sense.
I like the idea of walkable communities, but I also, I worry that we want to just put all the retail here and all the retail here and all the retail here and not anywhere else. And that makes it hard, I think. I think it's nice to have a grocery store that is, for me, walkable. It's not walkable for everybody, but it's a few minutes away. Before, I had to drive 10 to 12 minutes to get to a grocery store, which is not a big deal, but still. And smaller, smaller little establishments that people can just walk to go get a soda or something. I don't think they're a bad thing. And I think when we try and say no commercial near any residential, I think it's a problem. And I think we need to look at how we want to integrate smaller retail with residential and how we can make that work. A lot of communities, for example, have restaurants in their residential. We don't do that. I don't think it would be a problem to do that if we had the appropriate parking and all of that. So just some ideas.
I like the idea of having neighborhood residential.
Right, I don't,
Having areas next to that, I like that idea.
I don't think you'll find me in opposition to that either. I think it's larger scale things, right? And you know, I've often said that when you create these big downtown node types of things, they just gobble everything up around them, and that's what I'm not wanting to have.
And
Right.
I think, Councilmember Curtis, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I would tend to agree with your philosophy a little more, in that I'm not super warm and fuzzy and interested in pursuing a bunch of mixed-use commercial residential combinations. I'm just not looking for that. Now that I don't want that to be interpreted as I'm not interested in having some commercial in close proximity to neighborhoods. That's not what I'm saying. But there's a big difference in that for me, and that when we start to talk about mixed-use areas, we're talking about vertical construction, and I'm not interested in that. I'm looking for horizontal construction.
Do you have anything to add, Jared?
Yeah, I would say I might be a little bit in the middle, but probably leaning towards what Brett has said. I like the idea of commercial near residential, but that basically means a gas station where you can get your convenient type of things, a soda pop, an ice cream bar. Unfortunately, I've watched places as close to a development I'm working on in Riverton where retail and commercial is just going away. And I will admit, you all know, since I don't even know how to turn a computer on, I ordered my first pair of Levi's online. I think it's still in the queue. But
Councilmember Gray, welcome to the 21st century.
Yeah, thank you.
The cart?
I'll ride my horse to pick it up at the mailbox in my buggy.
From the Amazon box at the store, you can pick it up.
But I just feel like that if I can order Levi's online, everyone is ordering Levi's online because I know I'm the last guy. So I just don't see the retail aspect creating great big walkable retail areas. To me, walkable retail is destination. The only time I see it is when you're in Yellowstone or in, on the beach at the Seattle. What do you call that? The Bar Harbor, whatever it is. Those are the walkable. You're going to shop. You're going to buy a knick-knack. You're going to eat lunch. So I don't know how you create a destination in a walkable area other than a
Well, I
gas
think you
station.
just pointed it out. You just said things like Yellowstone. We don't have those, but
It's
could we
destination.
create destinations that are centered around our way of life, like the outdoors, the biking, the ATV? If we create destinations that actually
Absolutely.
appeal to that, then I think that it's possible. It
Sure.
would be very different.
So that's the point. I think that's the feedback they're looking for. If it's a destination, if it's some kind of walkable, makes sense. But again, I keep going back to it's a free world. You know, I mean, we are not going to start as a city going to start those businesses. So how do we entice somebody to come and do that, and then make it? I'd love to have a grocery store on every corner that we could walk to, just like Councilman Burnham. The problem is the guy that owns that store has to make money and has to pay his employees. And if we don't frequent it enough, it goes away, right? So it's the free enterprise and the ability to make it worth someone's while and make it rooftops, what it comes down to. So anyway.
Okay, so number 6, confession time. Do you shop in Saratoga Springs?
Costco and Walmart.
If
There's not
so,
a person in the world that
what do
doesn't.
you purchase most? Yes, Costco, Walmart, they now have the Hobby Lobby there.
Didn't even know.
Yeah, and then, I mean, the fast food. I mean, they just have so much fast food down there that.
Right, and this is actually a really good question because it gets me thinking about my shopping habits. And I will admit that I'm one of those people that I buy almost everything online. I don't, kind of opposite of Councilmember Gray. But I mean, if I need a little part for something, I go find that online unless I don't know what it is. And that's when I drive out to Home Depot or I drive out to well, first I check Ace, and then if they don't have it, which they probably don't because it's random and obscure, then I go out to Home Depot. Those types of things, and food. But I think for me, for most part, it's now limited to grocery and things you can't get online. And I'm just being honest because I also like that the point of sale is, 50% to the city. So there's incentive to me as a council member to buy a bunch of things online so that we get the tax revenue. So it is a good point that we need to be careful about how we look at our our retail, but certainly getting food places. And I think looking for food places that other places don't have is a good one. Random mom and pops, or I spoke with the Culver's guy that we should probably send somebody after that was interested. Anyway, those types of things that our neighbor city doesn't have, because currently our food establishments are all things, other than the couple of little ones that we have, they're all things that Saratoga already has, which does not make us unique.
Right. Still makes me happy though, because I can walk to them when they're built finally.
Right, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I don't want them, I absolutely
yes.
do want them.
And then I think it's crazy that we don't have a Lowe's or a Home Depot out here with all the construction going on. I mean, I'm sure they're expensive to build, man, but you think they would really
I think
do well.
you bring up a point that kind of gives me I don't think that the state or our region understands what Eagle Mountain is. I think they have absolutely no idea. We have 55,000 people, and they still think we're just Podunk Eagle Mountain out there. Mm-hmm. And that's part of the problem, because cities far smaller than us already have a lot of these things. And if the commercial community understood,
I got to say this.
I think that they would be more
I saw on social media,
interested.
our own residents said that we're the third largest, or fastest growing community, and we have 21,000 people.
I was like,
that was
think like 7 years ago.
That was like, yeah, we're 3 times that. So I think people still think we're 20,000 or less.
And while I'll admit that's actually a good thing, it's that
yep.
Eagle Mountain City, the largest small town, right? Or whatever.
It's
I
just a
messed it up
bad
again.
thing outside of the city. We need that perception to change.
Yeah, because
We
it's-
want to keep that small town feel, but we need the state to know we're a big player, and we need our
And it's
surrounding
going to
communities
catch
to know
up,
we
right?
are.
It's
Right.
going to catch up. There's going to
Right.
become a time where it really turns, and they, when I say they, anyone outside of this experience that we're having here within the city boundaries and that participate in this daily are going to wake up and go, oh, good grief, why didn't we get into that market earlier, right? I think that you're going to start to see some of that over the course of the next few years.
And I think that what happened with Macy's, where you got the anchor and then everything's getting built all at the same time, is kind of testament that that's what will happen. Okay, so we've been on this topic for close to a half hour. Let's go ahead and just take final comments for 7, 8, 9. Anything that anyone wants to talk about? Oh, sorry. What type of entertainment options are needed? How do you feel about the branding, marketing, perception for Eagle Mountain? And describe Eagle Mountain's image in a few words. So any kind of thoughts about those 3 things?
I'll go. I'll tell you because it's quick. The entertainment, obviously, I think what everyone in the world does is go to dinner, get a movie, or bowling, the type of like what our neighboring city has. If we have restaurants and movie theaters and that kind of stuff, I think that's the common, normal entertainment that anybody would be looking for. As far as branding and marketing, I've said this before, and probably Tyler's not here tonight. Is he online? Oh, Tyler's online. He hated this comment. We're a public entity we're a taxing entity. It's not our job to brand and market. We're not trying to draw in business. We take taxes. So I don't feel like that we need to brand and market our products. We don't have a product to market, so I don't understand the branding and marketing. Obviously, we want to have a good image.
The city is what we're marketing. And yeah, we do, because we get taxes from them, all kinds of taxes,
But
not
what is it?
just sales
What are we
tax.
marketing? What are we going to sell?
Us, our city, what we have to offer, opportunities for them
That's
to
part of
come
the
and-
economic development.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
no, but
branding.
no, but
That's what it is.
The uniqueness of
the
our city.
uniqueness.
What
and-
differentiates us from our competitor cities, all of that. So you're a man on an island?
Yeah, fair enough. I'll be on an island, but I'm not willing to spend a bunch
It's a
of
beautiful
money.
desert island.
I'm not going to spend a bunch of money on marketing something marketing a product, great, land, value, ability, but I don't always understand what it is that we're looking for when we market.
Right, and that's a hard thing. So think about it. Why does someone spend bajillions of dollars to put an ad in the Super Bowl?
Because everybody watches it.
Because they make bajillions of dollars to do that. We're not in it to make a ton of money, but what we are in it is to create the city that we'd like to see in the future. Do we want a city that brings more of what we love? Does it bring more of the outdoors, more of the small town feel, while still having all of the amenities and the companies and everything that our residents need? Absolutely. But then the question is, how do we accomplish that? And I was just talking to Paul. I actually think that when we get into this discussion, there's probably two different brands. There's a brand that goes for the commercial or the retail aspect, and there's a brand that's for residents because they're different. Because the things that appeal to the people are not necessarily the things that appeal to a company.
So let me ask this
They
question
want to
then.
make sure we have everything, and that's where the big city, we have it. But the small town feel.
So what I don't understand, are we looking to change the logo on all our pickup trucks because we want to brand something? See, that's what I'm talking about. I don't think we need to make our city's logo different. I think we need to, like Afton puts out ads on TV, or Ski Utah. I mean, if it's a destination, you can market the product that you have, not changing our image on our truck. That doesn't make sense to me.
Simply what I'm trying to convey is the vision that I see, or the vision that that's being expressed to these wonderful folks so that they understand what we're trying to accomplish. Because that's what it is we're trying to do. If we don't know which direction we're going or what we're trying to accomplish, then we can't get there. And to be honest, when you talk about vision, when you talk about branding, when you talk about all these things, they're all emotional. They're not about data. They're about what's the feeling that you get when you come to Eagle Mountain. Because that's how you get to that. That's what drives people.
But what are we going to do
When
with
someone
that?
wants to sell you back pain medication, they talk about how emotionally awful you feel, and then they sell you this medication that may or may not
So we're
work.
going to market that? What, on Facebook or through TV
No,
commercials? That's what I don't understand.
What I'm trying to express to you is, I'm just trying to convey that.
Our
Through
city
marketing?
already sends out stuff with EDC Utah, and this would give us a way to maybe, if we have an economic master plan, we can show them kind of how they're welcome, because we want that kind of business, and hopefully.
And
we
I agree with
draw
that,
more.
and same with what we did in February with our visioning plan, and I think we have to have a plan. I don't know that we market it.
I think we have to have a plan and then.
I mean, I don't know how
I
we-
think we have to have a plan, but then I think these businesses are also looking for the data, looking for accurate population numbers, looking for, rooftops and things like that, and just to kind of share the opportunities that are here.
That I can get, that I can understand.
Don't take
Having
too much
the-
of what I'm saying. I'm not advocating for anything right now other than distilling what I perceive to be my individual vision and trying to understand
Right.
the collective vision of the
I think
body.
we
That's
need
all
a
I'm trying to
vision.
do.
I just don't know how this says branding and marketing. I don't want to change our brand on our trucks, and I don't want to start TV commercials with a bunch of money. That's what I'm trying to say.
But do you want to, I guess the question is this, are you interested in changing the perception of what Eagle Mountain is to those business owners that we're looking to attract?
Absolutely. And I think the fact that
That's,
we're,
I think, that's what she's asking.
Yeah,
is-
that's
is-
it.
Is, are we interested in doing that, and what is the message we want to put forward?
Okay, last comments? Anything else that you need from us?
No, I appreciate your time. That was great information and a lot of information, and nothing is it's not surprising. It's most communities want destinations. They want their communities to still have that community feel, which, Aaron and I were talking when we were driving out here. You don't come out to Eagle Mountain very often unless you live here, right?
Right.
So we haven't been out here for a while, and it's true. You drive out, and you're like, wow. They are growing so fast. So getting the right people out here to see that, like you said, because a lot of people still think of Eagle Mountain as just the small community. So,
Right,
Come back and bring your mountain bikes.
yeah.
People like us get really excited though. We go, look at all that space. Where are they gonna put that road over the mountain? So we were, that's what we were talking about.
Yeah,
thank you.
blank slate, thank you. Okay, so we have got a lot to cover today. The next thing that we have on the agenda is a discussion about flex homes. And Steve, we'll turn the time over to you, but we're going to try and keep this to about 20 minutes tops. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We have gentlemen from Flagship Homes and the Flex Homes group here that presented to the Planning Commission last week and got some good feedback from them. And they've committed to shorten their presentation tonight and do it a little quicker and try to get your feedback as much as possible on this new venture that they look to start here in Eagle Mountain.
Hi, I'm Cameron Spencer with Flagship Homes. And I really just want to say thanks, first of all, for allowing us the time to discuss this item. What we're looking at is a Flex Homes idea, and what we're trying to do is create a home that can grow with the buyer, and at the same time, make it more attainable for the average buyer, and especially focused on the first-time buyers. We want to decrease how big of a hurdle that first home purchase is. And so we've always been searching for innovation in this space, and we have watched as affordability gets less and less in our market, and that concerns us as a builder. We want to sell homes, and we think that if we get prices too high, we have less buyers to sell those homes to. And so in an effort to do that, we teamed up with Greg Nagleby from LEI. He came to us with an innovative concept, an innovative idea on home construction. And it's an innovation, and it's a look back into the past a little bit about how we did homes in the past to make them more affordable as well. And so this is an innovative approach that we want to present and discuss some ideas on. There are some ways that these fit right into the current general plan and code within Eagle Mountain City right away, but there are some challenges to discuss as we implement the full scope of what these innovations are and the way that we want to build them. So we want to discuss that with you and take you through our ideas on what we think can help the market deliver a more attainable home, and also a home that somebody can buy, maybe their first home, and instead of growing out of the home and then having to go search for another home in another area, maybe this home can flex and grow with that family and become something that they can modify and make more aligned with their needs at different stages of their life. So we truly believe this is a home that you could get when you're a first-time buyer, and then might make some small modifications to it to keep up with your family as it grows and develops. And we think it could be a real benefit to Eagle Mountain and frankly all the cities in Utah. And we want to work with you to see how we can implement it. So I'll turn the rest of the time over to Greg Nagleby, and he's going to take us through the specifics of some of those ways that it fits within the current code and some of the ways that we would need some help with the city on how to participate with those innovations that we want to discuss. Thank you.
Again, my name's Greg Nagleby, representing Flex Homes today. I've been probably before this body a few times, but you've probably seen a lot of my plans come through as well from engineering side. And one of the big issues that always with developers, with engineers, with cities is attainable housing. Attainable housing, though, comes with a pretty strong stigma. And attainable housing generally is sequestered to a specific area that is out of the way and usually somewhat abandoned. So we're taking a little different twist on this. Looking at attainable housing on an initial stage, but having this flex and grow into what you would see as any normal or any standard subdivision home of a larger size. So let me walk you through some of the ideas here, and we'll get into some specifics. I know we're short on time, so we'll provide the information to Steve and maybe entertain any questions if you want to ship them through Steve. So this is the base plan. We're calling it this classic plan for Flex Homes. A Flex Home starts off at a 2-bedroom, 1-bath home. Through then growth on the lot, it can grow up to a 5-bedroom, 3-bath home. Now the issue with this, and a lot of this comes from like post-World War II housing. There were smaller homes, but they got really cut up trying to put 3 bedrooms into them, and then you ended up with a very small galley kitchen, and they weren't really conducive to expansion and growth. The idea here is 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, has all the living space, the dining, and the kitchen that are associated with a full build-out of, again, the 5-bedroom, 3-bath. So you're starting off in a situation that you can grow into and invest in your own property to attain then the larger home. So I showed the same picture on both these. It starts off at 2 bed, 1 bath, ends up at 5. The key here, you can't touch the front facade. We don't want that to change. We don't want this to look like this is a subdivision in progress. So how do we attain that? On the back side of the homes. So top left is the back side again of the beginning, phase 1. The bottom right would be the addition of an owner's suite, which would have bedroom, bathroom, and a walk-in closet. So we're trying to take out the penalties for an expansion. When you look at expansion, I come up with 5 main things that keep you from expanding. Excavation, concrete, roofing, structural, and landscaping. The intent here is to take all of those out so that the initial build has everything sized, placed, so then your addition simply is a very simple, could be a do-it-yourself type of addition. Again, not on the front facade of the home, but coming onto the back side of the home. HVAC would be fully designed for this. The footings would all be in. No concrete would be necessary. You get a truss package and a framing package and build onto the back side. So how would this lay out on a lot? Here's a typical lot. This is a 55 by 100. This would be very similar to what you'd have in your RC zone. The initial phase, 30 by 36. That's in brown. And then there's multiple phases. Phase owner suite behind that, a 2-car garage. Again, setback. Again, we're trying to look back to that 40s, 50s type of look where the garage is set in the back and it's not a snout house, no garage door in the front, a little bit more street appeal. And then the basement has an option for an ADU or a finished basement. Has a separate outside entrance that's built into the original phase so that it could be built out as a full ADU or utilized as just a basement for the main level owners. So I'm going to bring up my brother. So this has been a team effort between my brother and I of how do we marry the planning with the economics of this. So I'll turn a little time on this.
As always say is this is the home you need when you need it. And the key is economic growth. Employers are looking for affordable housing because it keeps people in the area. Their wages are not growing as fast as home costs are, so you've got to really address the cost. So we're talking about a single-family home initially in the high 300s, a townhome initially in the low 300s. Dramatic downshift in initial costs to get into those homes. And the ADU provides additional qualification opportunities and cash flow for the owner. And also, provides clearly, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom studio apartments for rent that keeps people renting in the community and not isolated or moving out. Stability is also critical. We're trying to leverage owner equity. You have 2 options. You can rent, and you take the full front brute force of inflation. And you can never catch up in a market that's growing more than 3% a year. You can never save enough to keep up. So you can either rent or you can get into the market and grow with it. So our goal is to get Utah homeowners into the market. Right now, in the economic climate, you're still going to get out-of-staters that bring equity from offshore in. Those are still going to come in. We rent things, and my brother and I, you get people calling us, from California, Arizona, Oregon, Washington. But Utah homeowners are at the biggest disadvantage in this economic climate. So we want to make sure that we bring those costs down so they can get into the market and grow with it. With owner equity, so Flagship does what they do best, the initial build. We, Flex Homes, work with the homeowner for 5 years as they can expand and grow on their time frame. Within 5 years, that's what we pick because generally owner equity and their principal payments is enough for them to pay for all the expansions. So that's why we say it's also, diversity and value. they're not going to be leveraged up front. You want to have stability in the community. And right now, people getting into a $550,000 home, that's a big lift at a 6% interest rate and going higher. And the community focus, we want to maintain that community focus Greg talked about. That front facade is a tree-lined street. It is also HOA. Part of the things in affinity or attainable housing, a lot of people don't have the money to invest, and you get a real hodgepodge development. We want to make sure these developments are investable, because that homeowner is going to buy that first phase, and he or she is going to need to invest in the future. So an HOA frontage helps do that. And the other thing is parking. We all know that parking is a real big problem. Anybody in Utah County, we've seen it. All of our homes in called flex towns, 4 parking spots per unit, because you're going to have an ADU. And if you don't need those, you can actually rent them back to the HOA. We've seen that as an opportunity. So, early on, maybe you don't have teenagers. As soon as you do have teenagers, they're going to be in the basement or somewhere else, and they're going to bring in a car. What do? You have to leave. If you look in some communities like Vineyard, you're going to have to leave because you can only have 2 cars. The ADU, you want to bring it in. You don't want to cause problems in the neighborhood. Look with additional parking. So parking is critical as part of the whole package. So we tried to really put together something that's unique, and right now is the time this all comes together. I won't go through all these points, but we want to make sure that the point is initially getting into a flex home is affordable, and you grow with it. You leverage your homeowner equity, and it's something that will become a neighborhood just like all the other neighborhoods. Actually, we think better because it'll be HOA maintained, and you're going to have people that can live there, as we say, a home you can grow into and not out of, which is what happens in many cases. So the look, the total facade, different looks. This is the classic, as Greg mentioned. You've got a lot of different things. These are all on the same platform. These are different skins. It's 30 by 36. Whole thing is to bring those costs down. Single bearing wall, single wet wall. It's all designed in for expansion. Everybody knows that they talk to a contractor how much it's going to cost for expansion. We try and design out all those costs. Different look for those that want a clean look. More classic. So there'll be different options. So we call it affordable or attainable, but this is meant to be a beautiful area that can be a neighborhood to live in. So Greg can go over some of the little details, and then we can take questions.
Okay, interest of time, let's just walk you real quick through a basic floor plan. Again, we talked about living space and kitchen, so that's on the left elevation or left floor plan. That's size similar to what you would have in a 2,500 square foot home. You're starting off with that with a 2-bedroom, 1 bath. The right-hand side is showing a basement option. This is showing a 2-bedroom with full kitchen and living area that could be an ADU, or you could finish it off as a basement for use on the main floor. The owner suite expansion, again, all expansions happen on the back side of the home, so we're not disturbing the neighborhood look and feel. The owner suite is a 16 by 18 expansion with a bathroom, walk-in closet, and you see on the elevations, it's tucked in and tucked below, so you don't have to touch the roof. The footings are already there. The floor area for the expansion is your initial patio. So you have a patio to use. You see one of the elevations has the back door. You'll have a back door out to this great patio. And when you want to expand into your owner suite, you add that on top of the patio. Again, we talked about the garage, trying to get this back to a little bit earlier times where we're not dominated with cars and garages. So the garages are tucked back behind. We're also looking at other plans. We're in the process of finishing this one. This is we're calling it basically a detached townhome, but it's a two-story home again, starting 2-bedroom. In this case, it's 1.5 bath, and you end up with a 4-bedroom, 3.5 bath. Main floor living. So each of these options that we're talking about are main floor living for the owner's suite. You don't find that in most starter homes today. So this one, the bedrooms initially are upstairs. The owner's suite, similar to the classic plan, it's on the back side. Also looking at townhomes. A townhome with main floor living, absolutely unheard of. But again, you start off with 2 bedrooms, 1.5 bath. You have an option for an ADU in the basement. It's either a 1 bedroom or a studio. And then you have the owner suite addition onto the backside. Main floor living, these would rival any townhomes when they're built out. And again, it's built with equity. It's built, with good financial terms in mind. You know, my daughter just moved to Eagle Mountain, and when they bought here, they bought the smallest lot they could buy in this particular neighborhood they liked, Evans Ranch. That's my baby, so they bought in there. And the smallest home had, again, 2-car garage, but 4 bedrooms. They didn't have any children at the time. They have 1 baby now. So there were, again, I think in those economic times, maybe you're looking at 2 years ago or so, people were willing and the money was cheap and people were probably over purchasing for their current needs because there wasn't any option. So they bought a 4-bedroom home, unfinished basement. They don't even use half of it, but they're paying a mortgage on it. Fast forward to today, the last 5 months, the buying power has decreased about 25%. So how do we counteract that without going cheap, without going too small perpetually? And the Flex Homes comes in to be able to start and invest in the market as you grow. Partnering. Some of this takes some partnering with the city. And so these are some of the main things that we would like to discuss further as we bring plans forward. First one is garage. Okay, a garage right now is about $200 a month on a mortgage, and that's going to make or break a lot of Utah-type families. Is there an option to say there's a garage pad? It's poured, the foundation's there, the footings are there, it's got a conduit for electrical. It's not built yet. You can park on it, it's your parking, it's behind your front facade of the home. When you're able to financially put the garage on there, it's placed and you enjoy a 2-car garage. But are we going to force then, initial home buyers to mortgage for that if we can provide alternatives? And there's some ifs on this. So it's not asking for forevermore to never allow garages or not require garages. It's if it's pre-planned and the foundation and everything is set. So Flex Homes then have the plans that the homeowner can exercise that option of installing the garage. ADU entrance. One of the things unique to your code is ADU entrance is not allowed on the front. And that's fine in almost all cases, but we were looking at what's the possibility of putting an ADU with a townhome. A townhome that would require the ADU entrance off the front. So again, we're looking at, if the HOA is maintaining the front and there's no ability for somebody to put a funky little roof or something, it's built into the original house, it's not something that's added in, is there an option to put an ADU entrance in the front? Impact fee timing. This is coming straight from the engineer side of me. Again, I'm not asking for an abatement of impact fees. I'm saying if we're flexing into impact, 2-bedroom growing into a full system, is there an ability for Flex Homes to partner with the city to make these more attainable for people? And as they grow, each of those additions have to come through city for a building permit, and the additional impact fee is added on. Lot size and neighborhood park space requirements. Some of these things as I've been looking at the layouts of these, some of the things, garages and side yards. Some of these just get nuisance areas. And so I've looked at these and said, well, if we're putting the garage off the backside, is there an ability to butt up the garages? From the street, it won't mean anything. You probably won't be able to tell, but it's 2 garages attached, avoiding then 2 unusable strips on either side of the property. Not putting living space together unless it's a multifamily type situation, but in a single family situation, is that not a better option, or at least something to look at? The HOA maintained front yards. We know to keep a subdivision looking good long-term, we need consistency. And so the consistency of the HOA with the housing and with landscaping on the front side. I think that's imperative on these types of developments, especially when you go a little bit higher densities. And so perhaps, we'd want to have some discussion of whether that counts towards some of the open space, because it is maintained. Building permit timing and streamlining. Again, these are, you saw those skins, they're dramatically different skins. It's the exact same footprint. So this would be coming in repetitively over and over. We would certainly be mirroring them, changing colors, but this is just the beginning of four very dramatically different styles, and when you put color changes to those, you'll get a wide variety. There's 2 areas that we've looked at with Flagship possible landing spots. This is in Harmony Ridge, Harmony, west side of Pony Express. There's an alternative block on the top left, and there's a high density area on the bottom right. This one, I think you may have seen something coming through with standard homes. We came in and looked at, could we put flex homes in here? Again, the heavy lifting, may not be much heavy lifting between a standard development and flex homes in this situation. The big thing here is the parking, to make sure that there's adequate parking, that if people exercise the use of an ADU, ADUs, state says you can only require 1 parking spot. That's just nonsense, though. We know you really need 2 parking spots for an ADU, and I don't want them on the street. Visitors can come on the street. But, so each of these plans are really centered around how do we make sure we're accommodating interior and not making an issue for the exterior to the existing developments around. The southeast corner, this is utilizing townhomes, some of the narrower product. Again, this is zoned as a multifamily area. This would be, again, all interior parking to itself, alleys, and city streets on the exterior. So really some good opportunities. This one, we love the ability to put the village greens, we're calling them, down. Instead of putting face-to-face on these alley load units, everybody's trying to squish them to 20, 30 feet. We're looking at 60, 70 feet, so that the interior units can feel very open and easy access for the parking. So, again, we're looking for input and a potential partnership in order to meet the market needs without the compromise. Again, attainable, everybody cringes a little bit, but we're saying attainable and investable to then have full build out, and people don't have to move in and outgrow and move out. So I'd love to entertain any of your questions, and then we can provide, again, the materials for you to review on your own time.
Okay, so one thing that I picked up that I really like is that you continue to be their builder through all these phases. So, I mean, on Facebook, quite often, I will see people, does anyone know anyone that finishes basements? Does anyone know anyone that will do this, and anyone that will do that, and anyone that will sheetrock? And it's hard to get people to come out and build your home, let alone monkeying around with your basement job that's this big. So I like that, and the foundation and everything. I think it makes it easy for somebody's home to grow, where right now it's actually very difficult.
It's extremely difficult. And as I said, the contractors, so Flagship would do an initial build.
Yeah.
The marriage of Flagship and Flex then has the preferred contractors, has the drawings, we manage the people and the contractors through a potential build out of the home. Again, consistency is key here.
Yeah, I like that. I'm not opposed to attached garages. I think that's a fairly low-impact thing to be attached.
Mhm.
And but right at the end, is there any way to restrict these so that they're owner-occupied? And I love the idea of people being able to buy a home instead of having a bunch of townhouses or things that are rentals. Is there any way to restrict that?
Yes, the HOA can restrict, similar to, St. George, all the developments in St. George are very restricted for owner-occupied, or only a small percentage can be investor. The issue, one of the big drivers here is the ADU. You can't rent the main floor and the ADU separately. You have to be an owner-occupier to be able to rent the ADU. And I look at this as a financial coup for somebody stepping in and saying, for the first 7 years, while my kids are very young, I'm going to rent the basement, have it paid for by the renters, kick them out, move my kids down there. What a wonderful financial opportunity for them. But that ADU has to be managed by the owner. And so part of Flex is we've reached out to financiers, to mortgage companies, looking at how to gain the best advantage for that ADU for their initial qualification. And then we have to also provide education in order for them to qualify for a loan through federal agencies to use an ADU. So Flex Homes would be that conduit to the people for information, contracts, everything associated with that ADU so that they can manage it appropriately. And then I think it's a fantastic advantage for them.
Okay, other question. I think maybe we could do quick questions, and then, Steve, what's our goal here? Is the goal to find out if we want to take a next step and have more of a discussion as to how we could allow this? Like, put this on a further agenda?
I think they need some feeling as to whether you're willing to entertain some modifications to code, whether it's in the development agreement or so they can move forward with a pilot program either in Harmony. Well, Harmony are the two spots you're looking at right now.
Harmony.
So we kind of
and
need to
perhaps
give
any
them
other-
a tentative, we're interested, or
I think so.
Okay.
If you're-
Other questions?
So yeah, are there any examples of where this type of strategy has been implemented and worked?
No, this
Okay.
is, as far as we can see, and I've searched this is a very unique aspect of building in those expansion options that are not penalizing. In fact, the additions per square foot will be cheaper than the original build.
Because a lot of
because
the infrastructure is already in there.
The pre-planning has been there. Your HVAC is already there. Your main panel for your electrical is there. We've got it down to the detail. You pop open the vent, and there's the HVAC supply line and a roll of Romex. You pull it into your addition. Your outside wall of your house is now the inside of your bathroom. Everything is set up to succeed as additions. We do a lot of additions in our structural department through my company. Oh, what a pain. As soon as you start thinking, I'm going to have to cut into the roof. I'm doing an addition right now in my office, and it's terrible, absolutely terrible, because we're cutting into the roof. Worst thing you could possibly do. You don't cut the roof at all. Don't touch it.
Okay.
You just add on.
So I have another question. For the basements, are they plumbed beforehand?
Yes, yeah, they'd all be plumbed. Beauty of this, there's one wet wall, and it's about 9 feet long. And we keep joking with the builders that you could plumb this from a lazy boy. It is the simplest plumbing, but it doesn't compromise anything. Everything is just stacked. It's well thought out. We don't have plumbing lines running all over the place. You have to fur out. very, very efficient and able to add on. So no, you would not have to, cut the floor, you don't have to do anything.
Other questions? I don't really have a question, but I'm very interested in this. But, I always say but I don't know that I'm interested in changing code, but in terms of a pilot project, I would probably be interested in something like that. Looking to see how it would play out, because I'm uncomfortable changing code and then having to go back and try and recover
So you
from the
tried to
disaster.
Yeah, our idea would not
temporary
be to
exception.
change base code, but look at this on a case-by-case basis through
Yeah.
an MDA. Because again, MDAs are they're good for developers, and they're good for the city. We can really be specific about what everybody expects. And then it doesn't have to be a base code change. We can say, this home on this lot, here's the setbacks, here's how it's working, here's the garages that would be touching. Is it the most aesthetic use of that? If not, then we can work through an MDA instead of through code, and then look at some of these pilot programs.
And I guess just making it clear that it is a pilot program, because I don't want other developers to come and say, well, you let them.
Yep.
I want to protect the city, but this is an intriguing idea. I'm very much supportive of helping families get into homes, because the average family income cannot afford the average home.
That's very true.
Sadly, it's
Very
not
true.
possible right now.
I look at through it, my business, we hire engineers coming out of college. My goal has always been, when they become a professional engineer, which takes 4 years, their income should be reasonable to be able to purchase a nice starter home. I can't, fix all their financial issues, but that's where their wages should be. We're probably 40% off of that right now. And we're trying to raise, but again, the inflation, we would cause more inflation by just raising our rates to cover that. It's just this domino effect that we're in right now.
Okay, questions over here or comments?
Oh, yeah, if you want to, mine wasn't questions, mine's thoughts,
Okay.
so you can.
Jared, Brent, sorry, Councilmember Gray, Councilmember.
So I like the idea. I love everything about it. It's great. As a presentation, I can applaud it. Now, my feedback is how it applies and where you already have it. Completely different discussion. So I want to know what you're already vested with, how it changes the vesting, what changes in code you want, and what advantages there are for us to consider those. And that's a completely different conversation, but consistent with what I've said to everyone else. Every time a developer, not necessarily this product, asks for a variance in one area, I want to know in a different area where we're going to get made up for that. Extra open space, things like that. So, love the concept. When you want to ask about how it applies, I want to know nuts and bolts, what we give up compared to what we gain. Obviously, the homeowners gain some flexibility, but that doesn't always bode well for the city.
Right, and to kind of piggyback back on that, my concern would be that, at least in my experience, every time we have changed an agreement or changed a code to remove things like setbacks, to remove, allow for zero lot lines, all of those things, what happens is that 3 years later, a new proposal comes and, oh, we've already gotten rid of the setbacks and the lot lines, and we don't get the product that was that was presented. So that's not an implication of you or anyone. It's just that the market will change, and so if we prescribe something through an agreement, it has to be very clear on what's occurring. And so that would be one of my concerns. My other concern, a couple of concerns I have is that, $400,000 we're talking about for one of those homes, low $400,000. We're looking at $2,500 monthly payment at the current interest rates. I don't know what the Fed's going to do, but they'll likely add some more percentage points to that, which is going to be problematic. And I have a hard time seeing how a family is going to be able to pay that $2,500 per month and then within 5 years expand their home as well. So ultimately, my concern is that we build this small house, it never gets expanded, and then they just sell it and move somewhere else when the time comes, because they won't have the money to grow it. And I'm thinking, my first house was in Kearns, Camp Kearns, which was those post-World War II houses you're talking about.
Yep.
We're talking 1,200 to 1,400, 1,600 square feet, because ours was a converted carport,
Yeah.
covered carport. That has 3 rooms and a kitchen. To me, that's probably a better sell of the small home, because I'm really concerned that they're going to sell it regardless. I'm concerned that any of these houses would actually get upgraded. That's a concern I have. I don't know how we see if that works. And then I will just state that some of those are kind of hard. Getting rid of the park space and then making a 0 lot line where they don't have ownership. To me, I understand why you're doing it, but to me, there's a concern of, if we're trying to do ownership, I don't want to have so much community ownership that becomes more collective ownership rather than individual ownership.
Yeah, I think maintenance rather than ownership. This would be standard lots, HOA maintained, so nobody's going to come out and change their park strip to gravel at a moment's notice. So not ownership.
Not ownership. They will own their own lot.
We want to have individual ownership, but maintain the
Okay. Thank you for that.
the landscaping portion of it.
Okay.
I mean, if you get into the multifamily type of housing, then you're probably talking, a standard townhome with common and limited common. But on a single-family home, we should do everything we can to have ownership of the entire lot.
And I just have one more piece can I just say that one, and then the other one was just concerns on the impact fee timing. So then, just to understand this, because I don't know of any time that's worked, or that we've done that. So essentially, 40% of the impact fees come in at the beginning, and then if the other 2 phases never occur, that means we don't get 60% of the impact fees, correct?
Yeah, if they
So essentially, we're not getting enough for the impact that
That
they
was
will
one of
cost.
the things I was going to raise.
Right.
I'm highly.
And yes, I understand why we're doing it, because we're passing on savings from the impact fees to the person that's buying it. I get that.
Sure.
But there's to every one of the
definitely a
asks, there is always going to be an opposite reaction. And so I'm weighing out this idea of, you had mentioned market needs without the compromise. But, and I understand what you're saying, but there is a compromise. We have to compromise on the codes. We have to, and I just want to make sure that I'm comfortable with that, or that I've considered all of how these will actually impact our city, right? And so those are the types of things I'm thinking through.
In the interest of time,
That's fine, that's fine. I'm good.
do we know, does anyone have any questions that would help them decide whether they want to continue this discussion? Because a lot of this is kind of getting into the details.
Yeah, and I'll just be clear, I'm going to really wrestle to support this for some of the reasons that have already been mentioned.
Yeah.
I think it is innovative, and I like the fact that you're considering some alternates. But the impact fee timing, for me, that's an issue. I'll just be straight up about that. The impact fee, the building permit timing, those things cause me pause, a real pause. And then what is it that we're looking at trading? And I share Councilmember Curtis's concerns. Yes, we're going to get a 2-bedroom home. I don't know where it goes from there, because I can't predict the future. And looking at where things are at today, you may get a bunch of 2-bedroom homes built, but where do they go tomorrow? What happens to them in the next 5 years?
Yeah.
Do we get the product as a city that we're really looking for ultimately, or are we going to be looking at a bunch of 2-bedroom homes that never get completed? That's one of the concerns.
Well, and
that I have.
that's one of the reasons why a pilot project might be, a good idea, to just see what really happens.
And if this pod in Harmony, this is, we're showing 44 units on this. This is an alternative design block. So this one is set up for self-determination of that block. It doesn't affect other areas. It doesn't have precedent. I would love to have.
You're saying there's 44 units in this, what you're showing us here. How many units is that replacing?
38.
Okay. Those are the details that maybe we should have a
And
conversation.
Are those the homes or townhomes, or both?
These
I think
are
they're
all
both.
single-family homes. No townhomes in this one.
Oh, no,
So this
okay.
is an alternative design block sitting within Harmony. I would love to sit down in a work session type environment and just walk through in detail on plans what can we expect? What can the city expect? What concessions? And again, the concessions of the impact fees, I'm throwing out ideas to potentially bring about attainability in this market. If that's a game, I don't think that's something that Flex Homes necessarily would worry too much about, but it would attract people in earlier. So, and we've got full plans on these. I'd love to just walk you through how this is placed, what the homes look like on all elevations, how the additions come in, and how simple those additions are. Again, if we can remove the impediments, I think that you will get that expansion instead of moving out. Because expansion is going to be much cheaper than paying realtor fees and closing costs to move somewhere else.
Okay, so thank you for your presentation. Feedback, are we going to continue this conversation? I'm a yes.
I already told you I'm wrestling with it.
Yeah, the simple details that I'm wrestling with are 44 versus 38. That's why I said I wanted a great presentation. What was the current vesting? Already we're kind of seeing we're going to increase 6 units. I mean.
Right. Like, there's
the
a lot
kind
of
of stuff
density
that,
already in Harmony. I don't know that increasing it.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that gives me reason to think, I want to see the black and white.
Yeah, and I don't think
But
this
does
is
that mean
vested
that
at
you want to
38. It
consider
just
the
has
conversation or
code associated
not
with
really?
The layout that was done previously had 38. It's not a vesting that there's 38 only vested there. It's an alternative design block. Steve, I guess is that a fair statement?
Yeah, most of the council is probably not familiar with this Harmony project. Some of them are, but there were a couple of areas in the neighborhood that were not planned on purpose to leave it flexible for some creativity in the future. And the general idea was something like this with more of a courtyard feel and where there's a little bit of flexibility on the lot sizes, common space, that sort of thing. So I'd have to look back and see for sure if there was a number of units attached to that block, but I know the plan that Flagship had produced has 38. Is that what you're saying?
That's 38, and the big issue there was the driveways, and we're just taking it, reconfiguring it. So.
Yeah, the 38 did not max out the density of that ADU. The ADU
Right, I think you're right.
The 44 would fit in what the ADU accommodates, but we could get into those details. The main thing that we wanted to do was present.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Sorry, you understand Harmony and what they're vested with.
So
He
do we
needs to
want to
be on the
continue
mic, though, if he's
yeah, do
talking.
we need to, do we want to continue the conversation and get into those details is what we're asking.
There's no harm in that.
Yeah.
Right, and I agree there's no harm in it. I just want to state that I'm not sold. I think it's an intriguing concept, but the devil's in the details. I guess that's kind of where
So I
I'm
guess
at.
that's up to you. We've got, differing degrees of interest and, if you want to bring it back, I think that we do have the majority of the council that would like to continue the conversation.
Yeah, and we look forward to working through these issues with you. We realized that it was not going to be an automatic yes. It's a new concept. It's an innovation that we want to introduce. And our intention is to bring you Phase 14 of Harmony and just present it and see what kind of issues come up and work through the planning issues and see what we can solve together. But we do believe that Eagle Mountain has an incredible opportunity to continue the innovation that they've created within their city. They've had a great track record of actually planning a city, which a lot of cities in Utah don't get. So we want to continue that and just see where the opportunities lie.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so at this point, we need to go down and go through the consent agenda. And so we'll start with 11A. This is Digital 311 Service Platform Agreement with Rock Solid Technologies. And I'm not sure if we're turning it over to them or if we're turning it over to Tyler.
I mean, it is consent agenda. I don't know. I just have one question.
Oh,
So I don't know
so
if-
we're not asking
you're
for a
wanting
presentation, we're
presentations
just
or
wanting
anything.
to open it for questions? That's fine with me. Okay.
Mine just has to do with contract, and if there was any way to get that in there.
Yeah, and the question is, in their proposal, they had that their software has 24-hour customer support associated with it, so I see they're on the call. It looks like Andrew's on the call, but I think we can probably just footnote in the actual agreement to include that if, I think that is their proposal, so.
Yeah, I just wanted it to be clear that
So
that
it's in the
comes with
proposal,
24.
but it's not in the agreement.
Right, the agreement does not contain 24/7 support like is proposed in the proposal.
Sure, I can address that. Yeah, we'd be happy to put that in there, and we could also have a service level agreement if we want, which can outline that, and we could have that as an addendum to the agreement. We're happy to add that.
So, and then as far as your service levels, do you have some standard service levels that are already there? Meaning like response times based on a particular condition? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, we have levels of severity, and there's response time, and then also, uptime outside of regularly scheduled maintenance.
Okay,
as
yeah,
well.
and then I read your proposal about the uptime, things like that. I don't have concerns about that. I just wanted it to be, you're operating under the assumption that we get 24/7, so I just wanted it to be in the contract. That's basically all I'm getting at.
Yep, we can definitely make sure the customer service and agreement levels are an addendum to the agreement that was included.
Okay.
Perfect.
Any other
Thank you.
questions? We're ready to move on? Okay, so the next item that we have is, I guess just stop me if you have any questions or want to discuss this. So the next one is 12A, available self-storage into warranty.
I have one question on that. Is there supposed to be a gate to lock that facility on the front side? Because I drove by and looked at it, I see the fencing all the way around the perimeter, but across the front, there doesn't seem to be any restricted access.
It seems like there should be a gate. That probably wasn't part of, the warranty, just because it's not a city-owned, it would be a privately owned gate, but I'll look at that and see what I can find out for you, Councilman.
Okay, thank you.
Are we okay to move this into warranty?
I don't know the answer to that question, but if that's got to be part of it, I just want to make sure it gets done. If we move it into warranty, do we still have the ability to impose that happen? Because I don't see how the facility is secure.
Mr. Balloff has an answer.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you the gentleman who I'm
Yeah,
causing
can you
grief for? I'm not trying to.
State your name.
Robert Balloff, engineering. During the walkthrough, I did notice that there's a pedestal area with wiring for a gate. It just doesn't look like it's been put in yet. I didn't ask about it because it's not part of what we really look at, but I did notice it there.
So I guess my concern is it's a storage facility that should be secure, and it can't be
Yeah, and I'm
secured.
assuming they're getting the gate in, is they have a spot for a pedestal for a keypad. They have a keypad on the inside. They just haven't put the gate in yet.
So
From what I
typically,
can
we
see.
would have them warranty for anything that's going to be turned over to the city, any city infrastructure. If
So
it's
just
something
it
that's
wouldn't come
private
out
on
of
there,
warranty until that's done.
I don't see any reason not to. I don't know, do we have if they've got their business license?
Right, or
if they've got their
COO, because I'm wondering if it's more
Yeah.
appropriate to hold the COO.
That's what I would think.
And that could
Okay.
be something that the building department's looking at right now. All I'm worried about is the sidewalk and the water and sewer.
Right,
That's all I'm
you're
worried
looking for all of the,
So is that
The
what you
engineering safe
recommend?
stuff.
Is that what you think, Don
I-
and Kobe, that that's a better approach?
it just depends. I don't know if it's been granted. I just am thinking about what's in these warranties. It usually is like, what, your punch list items of, do they have the curbs in? Do they have the gutters? Do they have the sidewalk? It's
Not the
usually
private
right.
facility.
Right.
Things that they
Required public facilities, I would think.
The gate-wise, we don't have any say in that. It's engineering side, so.
And I guess maybe that's what's causing me a little bit of pause, is just if the approved plat included that, and it's supposed to be a functioning part of this facility, maybe it is better to look at the COO and hold it for that, right?
Yeah, because we're not going to warranty
That
the
makes
gate.
sense. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Thank you.
Okay, 12B, Briley Farms Phase A, Plat 4 into warranty. 12C, Eagle Heights Village, Plat 2 into warranty. 12D, Sage Park Phase A, Plat 6 into warranty. 12E, Eagle Point Phase J, Plat 2 out of warranty. 12F, Harmony Phase A, Plat 2 out of warranty. 12G Silver Lake Plat 21 out of warranty, 12H Silver Lake Plat 22 out of warranty, and 12I Silver Lake Plat 26 out of warranty. And then we have 13A, which is the 2021 White Hills Well Upgrades Change Order Number 2, Bowen Collins and Associates. Yes, Councilmember Wright.
Just a quick question, Chris, and I meant to reach out to you. The $22,000, is that is it to add an extension on the building? Is it for the block work? What's it buying?
It's going to be for an extension. It's for the design. What they'll do is kind of a lean-to off the side of the building because the existing building isn't large enough for the additional equipment that we want to add to it. So, yeah.
Thank you for that clarification.
Any other questions or discussions on that? Okay, 14A, June 7th, 2022 minutes from our regular city council meeting. Any changes or corrections on that? Okay, 15A, resolution of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, approving the name of Cedar View Lane. Questions, discussion?
Can I just make a quick comment? I reached out to Councilmember Burnham and she helped me understand this. I want to make sure that we as a council understand this, and she certainly does and helped me. So thank you, Donna, for your help. But it sounds like that at DRC, UFA is involved in the discussions about the names of the streets and whatnot. Because in my meetings with the individual captains, they've expressed some concern about just making sure that that the names are distinct in the city. We have a lot of Cedar Drive and Cedar Pass and Cedar View and Cedar Lane, and just so that there's not confusion when they're trying to get on a call. I know the sheriff's office and specifically UFA has shared a concern there, so I just wanted to thank Councilmember Burnham for her help and clarification with that.
Well, and just to be clear, this one I think is city property, right? So it's a little different. Did this go through a DRC?
I believe we may have talked about it in a DRC, I know, but it is existing property that's already been dedicated to the city from a long, long time ago.
Yeah.
So typically, I mean, we do when we go through the normal subdivision plat, that's one of the processes that we go through is to make sure that.
Please excuse the rookie nature of my question, Chris, okay, but I'm just learning, but thank you.
Okay, then we have 15B, which is a resolution of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, approving an update to the Eagle Mountain Stormwater Management Program. Questions or discussion? Okay, seeing none. 12C, a resolution of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, approving a fee waiver for the Sweetwater Fire Station and Fire Station 253 impact fees. Questions or discussion?
So I'll just do this right now, and then we don't have to worry about it in policy. I do support this, but I want to make a qualifying statement. So the request is made to waive this based on it being used for public purposes. I think that is a requirement, but I don't think that would apply to all things, like, for example, a school. And so I think that there's a second qualifier, at least for me. The second qualifier would be having a relatively low impact, which a school certainly does not. And that's why I would be in favor of waiving it for this type of a situation, but not for schools, for example. So I wanted to state that because
good point.
It's different. We have to spend a ton of money when we do a school. I don't know that will be the case for this type of a situation.
And Mayor Pro Tem, if I could, one of the things that we're taking, the approach we're taking right now with schools, and Chris knows this very well because he's the one that's having to do the calculations, is actually charging them for direct costs because of that provision now to not be able to charge impact fees necessarily. The schools did. It has to be, well, I shouldn't say they got rid of them. There's a change that we would have to make to our impact fee ordinance or impact fee plans to specifically call out schools and how we would be charging them. And I don't know the intricacies of that. Chris may be able to. It's new. But one thing we can do is charge direct costs. So exactly what did we have to pay for to be able to get those schools in? And that's something that Chris has calculated specifically for Cedar Valley High School, which has been open for 3 years now, or almost, I guess, close to 3 years. But we've kind of been going back and forth with Alpine School District specifically on that, and that's what we've come down to, is charging them for the direct costs that we incurred.
So did the legislature change something?
There was a change made, and I don't know really the details on how that's worded, but you can't,
Right,
we
it's
can't
just-
charge it basically on an ERU basis, just like we do with a home or a business. You have to actually specify for schools, this is what we're going to do. And then it has to fit within the confines of what the law was passed stating.
Man, I'm gonna need like a new
Can I interject? I don't,
whiteboard to keep track of all of these state down.
I think that was by the directive of the state ombudsman's office, not through the legislature, if I'm not mistaken. So before you get the pitchforks out.
Good call.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so any other discussion or questions on it? Yeah.
So I have this question that causes me some pause, and I'm trying to, when I say they, I really mean we, and when I say we, I really mean us, because it's so hard to understand. But it feels like when we deal with UFA, for instance, in the past, it's like, oh, don't worry, we've already got a station, you can have it. Oh, perfect, we'll move right in. Oh, you want it back? I'll sell it to you. So I'm kind of in that crossroads of, when we waive this, we pay for it anyway, right, as taxpayers. If we don't waive it, you know, it costs, we spread the cost amongst everybody else that's in the UFA, but then down the road, we're going to buy it back and they get the benefit of appreciation and things like that, right? Meaning the rest of the pool, which again is us. So I'm trying to decide, are we benefiting as Eagle Mountain citizens and taxpayers, or is UFA a whole, meaning Harriman, are we subsidizing something else, right?
So there's a couple things there. When we annexed into the UFA, or UFSA, sorry, the fire station number 2, we've not been made whole on that through impact fees. Far from it, actually. And so it was agreed upon at a market value at the time. However, I wasn't involved in that, so I didn't know the intricacies of that. But when I looked back into the specific to fire station, what we call fire station number 1, they call fire station number 251, it's right over here. I thought, well, okay, that wasn't part of it. It was just fire station number 2, which is in the ranches, and we should be able to get that back. Upon looking at it further, no, it was both stations that were sold for the same, for a joint amount, and that's why we aren't getting that back. With all the stations that are built subsequently, and including those since they were sold, we would have to acquire those, and I'm not sure if it's a fair market value or if it's a depreciated value, because again, they're going out for, or they went out for a bond specific to these ones that are going to be built now, and so I believe that it's really a depreciated amount after they can show that our residents have paid off those fire stations, so to speak, through the taxes that they paid being part of the district. I can confirm that. I don't know that specifically, and maybe Kimberly and I can work on that together, but.
Well, you understand, that's kind of my question, and
Yeah.
it causes me a little reflection to say, we thought it was just that one, well, appraised value. Now, I understand this one needed some repairs, but was there some oversight in the idea of, there's got to be some value? If we thought that was the whole value, this one was essentially free, or who structured that deal? And I'm not pointing fingers, I'm just saying, you know, we should have been a little more careful if we didn't even know that there was a second building involved, you know, but.
Well, I'm saying
but
I
that's-
didn't. It was in the contract, but I wasn't aware.
But that's all spilt milk. My point is the appreciation compared to depreciation. Are we paying twice? If we give this up, are we then going to get credit for it down the road?
Yeah, and again, it shouldn't, in my mind, it shouldn't be as a depreciated value, or sorry, a fair market value, because that doesn't reflect all the years that our residents paid property taxes. It would, in effect, pay those bonds off. And so again, I'm not going to say for sure because I need to look further into this, but that's my suspicion is it's going to be based on, okay, did the bond get paid off? Now we know that because of our lack of commercial, technically we're still, according to UFA, being subsidized by the other members of UFA. So I don't know how that's taken into consideration. But again, we should get credit for the fact that our residents have paid their property taxes. That's part of the operational cost of UFA, and it shouldn't be a fair market value that we get it back for. It should be
So on that note,
whatever's left.
on the other members of the USFA, has there been any other bonds or buildings built in other cities, and have they waived the fees?
I'm not sure on that, to tell you the truth. I don't know.
Because for us to waive the fees, that's a direct income that we get that is paid for by everybody. And if we're giving it up, I want to know if everyone else is giving it up.
Yeah, and I can try to find that out before the policy session.
So,
Okay, do we want to pull this from the consent agenda?
fine with me.
I want to do that. Yeah.
Okay. All right, we will do that. We'll go on to 15D. This is a resolution of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, approving the Triumph Master Development Agreement. Questions or discussion? Okay, so we are on to scheduled items. The first is an ordinance and public hearing of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, adopting the final budget amendments for fiscal year 2021, 2022. And I believe that we would turn time over to Kimberly.
Mayor and Council, in your packets, Mayor Pro Tem, excuse me, is the itemized changes to the year-end budget. There's a large dollar amount involved. The bulk of it is related to those impact fee funds. So I don't know if you'll recall, when we very first adopted the original budget for this 2020 year, we didn't actually adopt a budget at all for our impact fee funds. Those funds are a transfer. It's money that comes in. We transfer money out to cover debt service payments. And then based on the money that comes in, we pay out funds from reimbursement agreements that the city has on hand. So with the year-end budget amendment here, we are also including what the anticipated payout based on what's happened for the year that we would have to be able to account for those particular funds that we have there. And then I'm going to hit a couple of these other big ones that you see there. So we have on the streets item, we're doing an increase related to street installations. It's additional $600,000. Again, this is money that developers are required to pay the city when they record for their developments for the installation of streetlights. The city has a contract where we have the street lighting installed, and the funds that the developer pays goes towards paying that. If there is a difference between the actual install price compared to what the developer paid, we refund to them anything that they may have over contributed. If the payment they paid was not sufficient, we invoice them for the difference. So what we have to do is we just we put a placeholder into the budget. There'll be a revenue line item for the fees coming in that will exactly match the expenditure going out. And then we get to the end of the year and we look and see where have we actually got with that, how much has been done, and then we true those two items up. In the item that I did identify for the transfer to Fund 47 within the general fund, that is to account for where we anticipate our year-end fund balance being that's in excess of state limitations. And that this would be money that's going to go to that capital project fund to help fund the projects for the upcoming year as well that we've kind of discussed. I did add, particularly in the general fund, since you guys received your packet just today, I did identify an item that I would like to be included in this. We have, of course, closed at the end of May on our debt issuance that we did for our sales tax revenue bond. So it was a $25 million bond for that. And it, as a governmental type funding, The cost of issuance and the proceeds and stuff all hit the revenue and expense accounts. So there will be a revenue line item where you'll see the par amount of the bond that will come in, as well as the bond premium amount. But on the expense side, the one thing we do need to account for is the cost of issuance of those fees. So when we went out to the rating agency, when we did all that, so I am requesting an additional $146,500. That is covered as part of the proceeds that are levied from the bond, from that standpoint, but that is in addition to what you guys had seen in your packets.
So do you, when we would make a motion to approve this, do we need to include that in
Then
the
you would
motion?
say and what I will do is when we get to the public hearing, those things that would need to be stated. Okay, like, in addition to those, and I can state them as part of that, so it's picked up in there. But what I want to make sure is that we have a conversation, because if you don't want that, obviously in this scenario, it's going to happen one way or other. If we don't do a budget for it, that line will be over because there's no funding, for that particular thing. But to allow at least some time for you guys to ask any questions you may have about that from addition to that.
So, questions for
Yeah.
Kimberly?
The water fund, can you remind me, CWP development fees?
Yes, so those fees there, again, are related to if they had to purchase their water rights from CWP Water versus bringing their own shares.
Yeah.
They have a fee that they pay. That fee we have to pay to CWP when we take down the water. And
I just wanted to be reassured that that's what it was. That's what I thought it was, but I didn't want to make an assumption and be wrong.
Kimberly, does that reflect any of what we talked about that I still haven't been able to get
It doesn't,
an answer?
I didn't put any numbers in based off of, specific to that, but depending on where yours,
So we still have been playing phone tag. I still don't have an answer on that. So that's something maybe I could talk right now to it, or we just put an additional placeholder in there for what we met in the closed session about 2 weeks ago.
So is that just a pass-through then?
so it would be a pass-through.
Okay.
This, not any cost to us for these particular items that I have flagged here.
Okay, but what Paul's talking about would be
So-
a pass-through.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought that's what that was.
And some of the,
I do too.
yeah, and I'll just say some of again, we've been playing phone tag, email tag, but there's some doubt in my mind as to whether or not we can do what my plan was. But I think we still put a placeholder in for it if council's all right with that, just in case I can pull it off.
And between now and the public hearing, I'll look at a couple of things, but what we do is we put in the budget based on the revenue we have received. But sometimes that is prepaid revenue, meaning they've paid for their shares, but we don't have to take down that additional water until we start to get homes and things like that on it. But what we do is whatever money is coming in, we flag it as going out, but we won't actually spend it yet if we don't need to. So this full placeholder would potentially be still sufficient to cover what your needs are, as long as we understood that that would be a component of this. So that kind of makes sense.
Okay, other questions? Okay, then we will move on. Thank you, Kimberly. Oh, I guess you can stay put. The next one is 16B, an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, and a public hearing adopting the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget totaling $121,580,554 and the certified tax rate. Kimberly, what do you want to tell us about this?
There have been 2 items added to this since it went in your packet. One of them is related to the RDA. You will have a separate kind of meeting and vote related to that. But since we had the certified tax rate numbers in the original proposed budget, we basically just mirrored last year's, whatever that amount was. It was a straight copy over. Now that we know what those numbers are, the additional funding for that, we would add another $914,137. So what that is tax money, property tax money coming in related to these CRAs and RDAs that we have, and then appropriating the spending of that. What part of it becomes placeholders, depending on what the agreement was for your housing. There are some that have housing associated with that, and then reimbursements back on the development itself. So this is a direct tie to the resources they would receive related to property tax revenue. Okay, so the growth is that we've pulled the trigger on the valuation for Meta. Okay, and so that is now being factored in as part of that.
While you're mentioning that, can I just ask a quick question about, so in the RDA it talks about the housing component,
Yes.
and it shows it as an expenditure. Where is that money going?
It's not being spent. So what we do is we budget that to show of the money coming in, this is basically allocated for that purpose. As it's not getting spent, it's just being restricted as part of the fund balance that it can only be used for that purpose.
Okay, so we're not saying that we're going to go use that for anything.
No, what we're doing is identifying of all the revenue coming in, what portion is going to go out related to what funding is related to the housing component, or it would be used for that.
Okay. Other questions?
And then there was one other for $7,500 that we wanted to request to get added in there. It would go into the information services budget, but it's related to, we have a project we've been working on this year with a company that has developed a bot that basically will, when we have new utility accounts that come in and all their applications we process, instead of us having all of our labor go to rekey all that information, this bot automates that. So it is an AI that can read those fields and key it in, and then we just have to review it. The part of the purpose of this project was for us to be able to free up some of that labor hour to be able to do work that can only be done by a human being without us having to hire additional personnel for some of those services. We anticipate that we may have maintenance costs that we would need to cover in next year of around $7,500 that we would like to have considered related to that.
Okay.
So the RDA and that item were the two additional ones beyond what you had seen in your packet.
Okay, so again, when we make a motion, we'll need to include some of these things in the motion.
Yes.
Okay, other questions or
Do
discussion?
you have any questions on the certified tax rate itself?
I
as part of
assume,
what that is?
it's gone down again like normal.
So the rate has gone down.
As we've been
Overall,
evaluated higher.
one thing that was kind of a little interesting just to point out to you is Eagle Mountain City's total taxable value increased by almost $2 billion this last year. Billion is in a B, okay?
How much of that is Meta?
So last year it was 2.6 billion, roughly our valuation, and this year we're at a little over 4 billion, okay? So again, a lot of that is going to be related to Meta's facility and all their equipment that's involved and associated with that. And that was what the county had put in their notes for us regarding that significant change, was it's picking up that valuation as well. And then, of course, any assessments that went on where property was reassessed, that valuation actually drives our rate down. So again, as our values are going up, our rates are going down. With this new certified tax rate, the cost per $100,000 on a primary residence is around $29 a year in property tax. Okay, so if you're just as a identifier.
So our residents' tax
Yes,
rates
so
just keep coming down.
Yes, they just keep coming down, and so about 10 years ago, the certified tax rate that we had at that time would have generated about $98 per $100,000 value on a home for a primary residence, and it is now down to $29.
You know what I find
But isn't that
interesting?
to keep the amount of money they pay the exact same?
Yes, and so
Right,
what
so
that
that's what
does
it is,
and
unless we go through truth and taxation to raise
It won't flow across like on a
Which I'm not
per person, it looks at the city's valuation as a whole and drives the rate down as a whole. But yes.
What I find interesting is one of the main comments I see on social media sites is, I pay my taxes and they keep going up and everything's more and more expensive, and the truth is, they're going down. And
We
they're
get
paying less and
$29.
less. Yeah.
It's because they're going to see their, so on a, if your home valuation was $600,000, it'd be about $174 a year.
I was saying, let's
$15
clarify
more.
that. That's for the city, right? Let's
Yes,
make
and
sure
so
that
what
we're,
people
let's
don't
make sure that we're
recognize
clear
is
about
there's all
that. That's
these
for the
taxing
city, that's not.
entities.
But when they're
that's not
complaining, they're
all of
talking about the
yeah.
city.
I understand, but there are other taxing entities that you
Right.
deal with when you're dealing
And
with those
we are the
taxes.
taxing entity that gets the
The
least
least.
amount of money.
Compared
But
to
we
school,
but we
county.
provide
And it keeps going down.
relatively more services than all of them. Or-
They're the most impactful, I'll say
Most
that.
impactful on a day-to-day basis.
I love talking about it. If you come across any residents who have questions or interest about it, feel free to direct them towards me. And the part of this stuff is part of my education campaign that I hope to be able to start doing, like when we have Pony Express days, that we would actually have a booth with just some fun things that help educate them about government finances, so. Anyway, okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I have some questions. Are you done?
I just have a question too.
So in it's page 3, I'm gonna call it, or attachment 3, since last public hearing.
Yes.
There are a few things. First of all, 2 information services. Can you tell me what those are?
Yes.
They're pennies, but I don't know what it is.
Okay. So the first item that's on there is we have an annual service that is, it's called Archive Social. It has to do with our record management and keeping of, I don't actually know what Archive Social does. I think it's related to, I'm gonna ask Leanne to just say,
They archive our social media
like our
accounts.
social media records and information. Okay, so our annual cost for that, we did budget for it, but when we got our renewal, it's gonna cost us about $1,000 more than what we had put in there. So this would pick up the difference for that. And then the $3,000, because I didn't talk to you, I didn't want to mention that one. So the next one for this text messaging service. So we just actually had a meeting a few weeks ago, and there's a program out there that we're looking into that would allow us to reach, on my side of things, it would be our utility billing customers. So that when we're doing shut-offs, right now we do door tags that we deliver to people's doors prior to disconnecting for non-pay. It's a very labor-intensive, very costly service that the city provides. And then if we have residents that only go in through their garage door, okay, or you walk up to your door and you just think it's a flyer for something else and you rip it off. So this platform here, it would run around $250 a month. It allows us to send up to 10,000 text messages per month. And we would look at it for doing additional notifications again for utilities. The Parks Department has some interest in it, the Human Resources Department. We've talked to events and stuff like that. But it's a way for us to get specific messaging out. So it's not a blanket message to everyone. We would, upload a file that said, here's the list of who we're trying to contact, and they get directed a specific message to them. So that is what that item is.
Now, the rest of the list is pretty similar, and I could say this is a question for Jeff or Paul. Here's my question that's very broad, that really doesn't have an answer. I, back in February, used a very foolish word that said debate, and that's not what I meant, but I'm going to throw it out there, debate. I know we're hiring a bunch of people, and I know we need more cars. But I know that was a major thing, again, back in multiple different campaigns. The question is about our fleet. I can see that we need more cars, and I can see that you're asking for more cars. I have no idea how many cars we already have, how many are in each department, I can see that these go to a couple for engineering. I mean, I just have to kind of guess. 120 compared to 53, that might be 2 to 3 vehicles.
So
I don't know what that means.
If I can clarify for you, and this again was my fault, but in a previous meeting, if you go up to 2 changes from before that, so it was our May 17th hearing, I had added these exact same amounts to the fleet fund, and it identified, this is 3 half-ton pickup trucks at this amount for these vehicles and stuff. It's up. But when we buy stuff out of the fleet fund for that, the initial purchase price, whatever department's going to use that, they have to transfer money from their department to that fund, okay? So with these items that are added below, it's not an increased expenditure per se, okay? So we're not spending more money than what we had talked about in the other one. What I have to do is book a transfer from the general fund or from that enterprise fund to the fleet fund, for the fleet fund to buy.
Yeah, and I
those
understand that.
vehicles.
What my question is I don't have a clue if we've sold some, how many we still have. Like, I trust that staff is doing a good job, and that's
Yeah.
what I didn't convey when I said debate. I trust that this is the right thing.
Yeah.
What I don't know is, as a board member, how to make a decision based on a fact that I don't understand or don't know how many vehicles we already have, how many we've liquidated, how many new ones we need. I just have to trust, which I do, that staff says that's what we need.
Yeah, and Jeff keeps track of all of this. One of the things that Jeff does many incredible things, Jeff, but one
And
of the
this is
incredible
one
things
of
he does is when he buys vehicles, he makes sure he gets what we need, but also when it comes time to sell these vehicles because of the state contract, a lot of times it's like we used it for free.
I've seen that.
Maybe I shouldn't say that, but because we're selling it, we're selling it for about what we paid for it.
Sure.
And we've used it this whole time, so.
I guess my point is this: we're criticized on we have too many vehicles and we don't need that many. That's what the public sees. And I don't know how to answer that.
Well, and that gets down to kind of the something that all of our departments face, and that is that, we could pile 4 employees into one vehicle and only buy one vehicle, but then we're getting 4 times less work because what are you going to do? Pile them all onto one site?
So I agree with that premise. My point is,
Right.
I don't know. How do you make me comfortable to know that that's the amount we need?
Trust me.
Okay, that's
you
what I'm
just-
telling you.
Are you just requesting that he gives you a
we can give you a
breakdown?
report
Like, I don't.
per employee.
That's kind of where I'm going, and
I
it's not a matter that I don't trust, but when we get those kind of questions, how many vehicles do we have? 100?
That's a question for Jeff.
That's
but
why I said it's probably a question for Jeff, and to be honest with you, I can have that conversation later. I just pointing out that these are the kind of things I don't know.
That should be a request, request to be able to dig into that. Would you need that information to be able to, because I think this is our final budget pass
this is-
tonight. So it isn't like we can table this, right? That would
That's
make you
right.
very happy. So,
What you would do is make a motion to change beyond what it is. If that became the case, we would work with that.
We'll just not buy those cars till next
That's
month.
right. So, with the vehicle.
It's not a
between
matter of I
now-
don't trust, it's just the process of the information
just
that I'm
wanna
not
see
sure.
How many vehicles we have?
Depending
Yeah.
on what you want, between now and your public hearing, I can tell you. Okay, so if your question is, how many vehicles we have and how many total employees do we have in comparison to that, you'll probably have that number to you between now and then.
I guess back to what my point was, is the debate. I want a department head to stand here and tell me that that's not enough, because guess what? Or that is enough. I might say they need more because they could be more efficient. That's where I was getting at back in February. How do I know that I would rather that Brad had 3 more than he's already got because they could mow more yards?
Well, and so I'll say 2
You see,
things.
I can't make that decision as a member not knowing the information without that discussion that I call the debate. And this is the kind of stuff I'm asking.
So if I can say 2 things, we have nothing to hide, and Leanne can provide that to you right now, that information that you want. With that said, I know Jeff's not asking, and our department heads are not asking for anything more than what's absolutely needed.
That's
I
kind of my
trust that
point. I might
100%.
want them to
There's no
have
doubt in
more.
my mind. Well, and that's the thing is that with how Jeff buys these vehicles, we're not getting to the point at any point in time. We used to be this way, but we're not anymore, where a truck is sitting in the, sorry, I said a bad word there. I need to stop talking so fast. A truck is, yeah, it's warm in here now. A truck is not sitting in the shop because we've used it for so long. It's got major problems, and then now we do have to double up, and employees are not able to accomplish as much because we don't have a vehicle for them. But that said, that precludes us having to have vehicles sitting around just in case either. We don't need that. So if I can speak for Jeff on that. So, but it looks like Jeff's going to come up and go into more depth.
Just so you know, I do trust you, and that's but it's just information I don't know.
Councilmember Gray, can I make one statement? Here's what I would say, when you ask the question, how many vehicles do we have? I'm going to answer for Jeff, and I don't know the number, but I think it's barely enough. That's what I would say. It's enough to do what you need to do, but it's not an excess. You don't have stuff sitting in parking lots and in garages that were shining all day long, right? They're being used.
So I solely, go off of what department heads come to me and say, this is what I need. I'm not gonna sit there and tell them, no, you can't have it, or, or if they need it, they come to me, they say, I need a truck, we budget for it, and then we purchase the truck.
And yet I'm sensitive to what you're asking, Councilmember Gray, and I think what I'm hearing you say is you'd just like to have at least some context of, we have X number of employees and we have X number of vehicles and they're kind of allocated this way. Is that just for your review?
That's all, just so that I can say I've reviewed it, so when I get questioned, I can say, no, I've reviewed it and I agree with it.
Well, and I feel like if you want to do that, we should probably just bring that back as a discussion item, as to here's the, the current state of our vehicles and of our employees, and here's kind of the ratio, and here's how it's all working. And then if you want to make changes, we can make amendments to the budget, because we don't,
Well, and I don't know that I need to amend this, because I trust that they've got it right. But what my point is I think that for a long time, and hopefully we're kind of starting to crest this, is we've operated super thin, and if I was a guessing man, it's not enough. That's what I'm saying is, how do I know that, yes, the department heads came and said, we need another truck because we're hiring another 5 guys. They probably should have asked for 2, but they don't dare because of how thin we've been, right? And I'm not saying they don't dare, but they're also being very conservative, which I appreciate, but I can't make that decision. We shouldn't responsibly make that decision if we don't have the information to know, or at least be able to say, man, you guys have been doing a really good job. I think you should have one more car. You see, and I was just using that to illustrate in the budget process that we're not sure what that means without more context, which I can have privately. I did try to make one phone call, and then I got busy between Friday and today because timing's short when this came to my attention. But you understand the theory of why I asked for the debate has nothing to do with what's in front of us right now. It has to do with the information being in front of us so that we can decide and say, that's too much, it's not enough, it's just right. I trust that you've done that, but as the deciding body, we're puppets if we just sit up here and don't look for ourselves, right?
And we're happy to provide that for you.
Okay, so, if you, I guess you just have a request to bring it back. Okay, other questions concerning the budget that we're passing tonight? Discussion.
121 million is a lot of money, by the way.
Yeah.
Toby had a question.
Oh, you have one?
I did. My question was just whether or not we needed an employee benefits category for the legislative FTE.
So with that, the placeholder, and that was
Just as a
something too,
placeholder,
actually, that I
it's the
identified.
same.
The placeholder is there.
Okay.
So what, and in the original packet that you received, that placeholder for that legislative position, because there was only a part-time labor budget in legislative, I had placeheld it in the recorder's section for that, but I moved it, and there was another updated one that kind of came out, so you'd be able to see that. But that placeholder that's in there, I put all of the funding in the wage and line item category because that's the only category we have right now, and I'm down to a crunch. It includes a half-year wage plus the benefits that would be associated with that. It's just all place-held in that one category.
And
then
regardless of whatever decision we go, can that be moved around later?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So the
So we
main
can-
thing too is that we don't really know what it's going to cost us. If you recall, the placeholder we chose was that other position that was requested. We used the numbers that were put out for that, and then just did half a year.
So
again, once
remind
the
me, is that
job
like
description is
70,000,
done,
wasn't it?
It was, roughly 70 with benefits and wage. And then we just did half a year. And then depending on, the first thing is a job description gets produced, they'll go out and get graded, and then a wage will be assigned to that. And based off of that, then we can true up the calculations of the benefits that come to it. And if necessary, then we would do a budget amendment to be able to add.
So basically, we don't have to debate this
Yes.
position
No.
Right.
today because
It's just
it's a
funding it.
placeholder.
Right,
And we
so-
can figure that out as we
Like
go along.
where we put that, how
So-
much it is, all of that can be,
It's budgeted in the wages for the legislative body, so if we don't hire it, we just all get to split the money.
No.
no.
Yeah, yeah.
On the record, no.
Jared?
Jared Gray.
We all want to be on the record saying we disagree with Jared.
Direct all of your Facebook comments to Councilmember Gray.
I was just teasing.
If you want to
Make
give
sure
your
that's
phone
on the
number, go
record.
ahead.
Okay, too late. All right, Councilmember Gray.
I just
you have
had one,
some.
one quick question, Kimberly, and it's with regard to the attorney. I know that you kind of helped me understand that that budget is in the executive area. And I think I understood that it's because it's not in the attorney because, I'm going to let you
The
tell us.
only thing that we budgeted for hiring a full-time attorney is the wage, okay? So right now, we've had this other division that we've called for legal services. It includes our contracted services for what has been our attorney as well as our administrative law judge, and only handles professional and technical type things. So in this upcoming year, I have a project that's out there that we're working on where we would like to overhaul some of the chart of accounts, clean up some of this stuff. But again, because of the timing of where we are in the budget, we can't tackle all that right now with that. So again, assuming that whatever office supplies we already have budgeted for the city is going to cover any needs that the attorney is going to have. We already have, a desk. We have this kind of stuff. We did put computer equipment and stuff. We did add funding for that. But the only thing that we place held being that was wage. And in that attorney's division, there is no wage line items. And I didn't want to give the impression that that position will oversee the items that are associated with that. So I made a decision to.
That context
to put it
is
here.
helpful. I appreciate that.
So,
Thank
but
you.
then, my assumption would be that at some point in the future, you could consolidate and put all the legal into one section.
Yeah, if you want it to be its own,
Oh.
again, when we break it out, from a function standpoint versus a division standpoint, there's some organizational structures that come into place with our chart of accounts. And it
Okay.
does need some cleanup.
Okay. And from my perspective, I'm just always looking at, if I ever want to go look at how much we're spending on this particular thing, I want to go
You wanna
look
be
in,
able to see
I'd
that.
probably look in
Correct.
attorney to see
Yes.
both where we'd have a full-time and consultant, right?
Correct.
That's,
So like when we talked about our law judge that we did before, there was kind of a question about that. Do we need to create our own we don't have a formal justice court, but do we need to have a separate division that handles that? And the conversation was, in the future, yes, but right now, it's just a contracted service for legal, and so.
Okay, any other, okay, I think we've reviewed this. Now, we don't have a closed session, but sorry.
Can I just say one thing? Can I just thank you, Kimberly, for the tremendous amount of work that you have done on the budget? I'm blown away. This is my first go-round. I can't believe the amount of work that it takes and all the number crunching and all of the divisions. And so I just for one want to thank you for your efforts in making this
Thank
happen.
you, and it's not, again, just me. For me, it is.
You and your
it is
team,
our-
all
well,
who
and
help
It's
you.
the department heads and their, supervisors and managers that help kind of bring. So it is a collective team, but I appreciate that and thank you. And again, we hope to be able to add additional clarity as the years go on and with this process, so.
Okay, so we don't have a closed session. Okay, but it's probably time for us to break before our regularly scheduled meeting. Do we need a motion for that? Okay, all right.
Mayor Pro Tem, just
Yes.
really fast, if I could, just an update. I hope I'm not jinxing Mac. You can stop me right now if you want me to. So, okay. Just so I don't forget to say it. So we had test results from a test yesterday on well number 1 come back after the treatment's already started, and it was pure, it was clean.
there was no cauliflower?
No cauliflower, and,
Okay.
and no broccoli either. So
Coliform or
Yeah.
whatever thing?
So this is tremendously good news on well number 1 because it is fixed, it's ready to run. It's just going to have to get flushed now still because of the treatment that was done today and tested again though, just to make sure that the chemicals are out. And the power issue on the golf course well has checked out. So that's ready to go. So we're
That one's
Max
pumping
living
Diet
right.
Coke, right? Okay, okay. Just wanted to verify.
Okay, we will go ahead and adjourn and meet back here at about 7 o'clock to pick this all back up. And it is 7:07 p.m. We would like to excuse Mayor Westmoreland, who is under the weather. We'll go ahead, I guess we weren't supposed to call to order just yet. Ignore that. We would first like to have a prayer by Councilmember Gray.
Our Father in heaven, we're grateful this evening to gather together as council members and as citizens to take care of and discuss some of the city's business. We ask that we'll be able to have clear understanding and be able to accomplish the tasks in front of us, and we'll get many important things discussed and get some things worked out and finalized. We're grateful for all that we've been blessed with and the opportunities we have in this great land to be tasked with these assignments and these great duties. And we say this in the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen. Okay, now we're officially called to order, and we would like to have Councilmember Wright lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you could all stand.
Stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'd like to thank everyone for coming today. Welcome you, and we are glad that you're here and glad that you're participating with us in our City Council meeting. Okay, we have some information items. Residents are invited to attend Movie in the Park this Friday at Silver Lake Amphitheater. We will show a Goofy movie starting at 9 o'clock p.m. Residents are encouraged to water their lawns twice per week. Residents at odd-numbered addresses are encouraged to choose from Monday, Wednesday, or Friday. Even-numbered addresses are encouraged to choose from Tuesday, Thursday, or Saturday. Thank you for helping Eagle Mountain achieve its conservation goals. With the Independence Day and Pioneer Day holidays coming up, the city has posted a fireworks restrictions map on its Facebook page. This interactive map will help residents identify where they are able to detonate fireworks in celebration. To receive city notifications, including emergency events, emergency info, news events, and traffic alerts, sign up at emcity.org/notify-me. Okay, we now are going to set aside some time for public comments. This is for the public to express their ideas, concerns. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes each. And this time is for non-agenda items. There will be comments on hearing items later, and those items are the fiscal year 2023 annual budget and the budget amendment for the fiscal year 2022 budget. If you want to make a public comment, we have forms at the back of the room that we ask that you fill out to do so. Our city recorder, actually we'd like to excuse our city recorder tonight, and luckily we have Leanne filling in for us, but she'll give you a prompt when you're down to 30 seconds time. And then again, when if you've used up all of your 3 minutes. We already do have one resident that has filled out this public comment form and would like to make a comment. So we would invite Garrett Schmidt to come on up.
Hi, I'm with the Browns Meadow Development. We were in here about 7 weeks ago. We're on the west side, and last time we talked, we were wondering if there should be a collector road or stick with the rural road that we had on there. So, but you said that you were working on your master transportation plan, so just here to say we're still here, and just wondering how that's going. You said it'd be about 6 weeks, and just wondering how we could help to make that go through, or if there's kind of a time frame that you guys have.
Mr. Jerome, are you prepared to give an update on that? Or Steve?
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to defer to Steve. I will say that Chris is, he had an appointment he had to go to, but he will be joining online when he's done with that. But I think I'm going to have to defer to Steve on this if you have an update.
The only information I have is that we have been working, mostly Chris and his department have been working with Horrocks engineers, and there's been quite a bit of back and forth. We slowed down just a bit because we've been having discussions on the freeway, the future freeway location and where that's coming based on some legislative discussion and with MAG and a master developer as well as a traffic modeler. So I think we're pretty much done with those conversations. The latest I heard was that August 2nd is the plan for the transportation master plan to come forward to the council. In the meantime, we would have the water and the wastewater master plans come forward, but we'll try to get Chris to, if it's different than that, try to get Chris to present
So
anything else on that.
could we give his contact information to Chris so that Chris can at least kind of apprise him of kind of where that conversation is in terms of his road?
Yeah, definitely. We can have some offline conversations and try to figure out what's going on with that road.
So August 2nd is when you'll think it's done. Will we have to wait until?
I would say contact Chris immediately.
Okay.
And if you come over and give me your information, then I'll make sure he has it and we can get the conversation going.
Okay.
Yeah. Hopefully not have to wait until then. If we have an idea of what's going to happen with that road, then you can decide whether you want to move forward or not based on what's on the map. But ultimately the council will, ultimately we go with our current master plan until the council makes a change, or if there's a draft in process that we think is likely, then really you have to wait until the council approves it, probably.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, just Chris's card is probably sitting out on that table out there in the foyer area. So if it's not, just
if it's not, signal me and I'll come out and get it.
Yeah.
Get your info. Yep.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have any other residents here that would like to make public comment? Okay, it doesn't seem that we do. In that case, we'll go ahead and close public comments at 7:15. And now we will move on to city council and mayor items. And can we start with you, council member Curtis?
Yeah. First of all, is it possible for us to just get like a current draft of the master transportation plan? Just sent to the council. We don't have to discuss. I'm just curious to see. I don't know that we've ever seen any of it that I know of, right? Whatever's coming, right?
Yeah, we participated in like the meetings.
I don't remember.
But,
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know, something, right, just if that could be sent out, say, hey, this is what we're doing, this is where we're at and kind of the path we're going forward with, just so if we have any feedback or questions or anything that we could just deal with it before it gets in front of us to expedite that process. Anyway, so.
I know, to that point, real quick, Councilmember Burnham and I don't know if anyone else has had this chance, but we were asked to go meet with the developer of the Polk Canyon again. And I know their proposed plan, which I understand doesn't mean anything, but it does not connect through the Browns Canyon, or Browns Meadow.
Right, and that is of concern to me because.
Which has changed.
We plan on what is in place, but we also try to plan for what's expected.
Right.
But when something hasn't been approved, it's in flux, so how do we decide to move on a
Well, and I think that's
transportation
kind of what I'm trying to point out is, although I don't want to be irresponsible, and I definitely think that we have to wait for this plan, so don't get me wrong. But I mean, this is a developer that's waiting patiently for us to decide on something that is just, we have no idea.
Well, I guess I could decide. My decision would be to keep it just like the master transportation plan.
Just to wait?
Well, no, I'm saying I would move forward if we keep the entire road. Like, I just don't know that that's the desire. Anyway, we can probably discuss that at a different point because I'm going to run out of time.
Okay.
So I wanted to thank the residents for voluntarily refraining from watering. I like that a whole lot better than ever having to consider some kind of formal water restriction. And so I appreciate those who voluntarily helped out with that this past Friday in order to make sure that we could get our wells up to where they needed to be. And then, of course, lastly, Councilmember Wright, knock, knock.
Who's there?
A little old lady.
A little old lady who?
I didn't know you knew how to yodel.
I'm good at it.
That's one of Levi's favorites. But.
Okay, Councilmember Burnham.
So I'm not in favor of legislating things, but we may have to make a law that he cannot tell jokes anymore. I'm teasing.
Oh, hey, I get 3 minutes and they'll just get worse and worse. If anyone tries to stop.
That's right. Okay, I just wanted to give a shout out to our residents as well. I was thrilled because honestly, when we said we were just going to ask them, I was just like, oh, so many people are just going to say, I'm going to water anyway. City can't tell me what to do or whatever. But people did. People just helped us out, and I really, really appreciate that because, if we have a fire, we need water to put it out. So I appreciate that people took it seriously, and there just really wasn't a lot of complaining other than why is the city watering, and we appreciated that you pointed it out, actually. So, because we didn't mean to be doing that. The other thing I wanted to mention is I appreciated working with our neighborhood improvement officers. We had an issue in our neighborhood where multiple people were cited, and one of them was my neighbor, and the irony was he was cited because he had my trailer in his yard. So, but I called and spoke with them, and they called me back, because you have to leave a message, and they called me back and talked me through what needed to happen. And one of my other neighbors was really frustrated, and so she asked them, will you just please come out and talk to me? And they did. They came and walked her through what needed to be changed, and it was really minor. Sometimes the notices are really scary. And so I want to remind our residents that it's never our intention to fine you and take you to court. It just isn't. But this is our standard letter. We send it out. But they will work with you. So if you are cited and you're concerned, call them, and they will come out and talk to you and work through it. They are not Nazis. They are not HOA. It's just basic city code that they're enforcing. And yeah, so I just wanted to give them a shout out because they were very professional and very helpful for me. And I think that if you approach them and ask for their help, they're willing to do that.
That is great. I would like to echo that. I mean, it was a welcome and pleasant surprise. And for those of you that did, we probably know who you are because there's probably a few little yellow spots on your yard. And that's going to be a badge of honor anymore with the drought conditions. I'd also like to thank the staff of Pony Express Events. We had our rodeo since our last meeting, and it was very enjoyable, and that's become a tradition with my family to attend that rodeo, and I want to thank them for putting that on and having that as an event within our city.
Well, I'd just like to welcome the residents that are here and thank you for spending a few minutes with us, or a few hours, depending upon your fortitude. We'll put it that way. And I want to recognize, I just want to thank our city administrator, Paul Jerome, for tackling the tough tasks. It wasn't easy for him to reach out and to inform the council that we were wrestling a little bit with some of these water issues, and then to take the measures that he did personally to inform the citizens. And it's not easy to be a leader, but I'm grateful for his leadership. I'm going to say that. And then I want to recognize our water department, Mac, and his staff, and all the tremendous work that they've been doing to make sure that we do have an adequate supply of water, even for our gardens and lawns. Certainly we have enough to drink and those things, so I'm grateful for that. And then just another shout out to some of our other staff members who are involved in, we just found this out earlier, that we're going to put in, I think, did you say 600 tons, Zach, of 400 tons of asphalt that's going up in the Hidden Hollow Trailhead area, and we're doing that in-house with our city employees, and that saves the citizens a ton of money and will create value in the city. So I really want to recognize our mayor and staff for thinking outside the box and tackling some of the difficult and tough things that we do as a city. Thank you.
Yes, thanks for participating. Thanks for coming, for everyone. Also echo the appreciation for being water-wise. I think we've made great strides, and both staff and residents for doing what we can to keep drinking water. I was also going to mention not just Pony Express events, but because they're finally here, and they always sneak out early, but our event staff, who will never stay and speak because they don't want to take any recognition and they're too shy. But man, what a great week to have behind us, right? But holy cow, wasn't that a good week? And well attended, I mean, on all aspects. We all have our different things that we get tied up in and busy. And from what I could see, our parade was absolutely shoulder to shoulder from end to end. The carnival was well attended. Everything that I was able to participate in was absolutely the best one we've done yet. So kudos to you guys for coming here. And I know you've got some business maybe here in a minute, but man, you guys do good work. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we get to do a recognition, and this is for Myron and Sandra Ring, who are our 2022 Pony Express Days Grand Marshals. Would you guys be willing to come and stand up here while we say all these nice things about you? I love your matching Eagle Mountain shirts. Okay, so this year's Pony Express Days Grand Marshals, Sandy and Myron Ring, have lived here in Eagle Mountain for 25 years. They originally moved here to be near their children and have since added grandchildren and great-grandchildren. They both love the opportunity to serve people in their neighborhood and community. Sandy has served on the Senior Citizens Advisory Council for 7 years and counting, which has given her the chance to help serve meals to seniors, be involved in humanitarian projects, which include making baby quilts for pediatric and NICU units in several hospitals, helping with community cleanup, and participating with the Eagle Mountain senior citizens in many other city-sponsored events and activities. They love attending the many events that are part of life here in Eagle Mountain. Sandy and Myron both feel it is important to give of themselves in order to help unify the community. They love offering their friendship to people of all walks of life. All of these efforts have been a blessing to our community. In addition to serving the seniors of Eagle Mountain, Sandy also drove a school bus for Alpine School District for many years, transporting high school, middle school, and elementary school students safely to and from school, plus transporting them to football games and field trips. She was a substitute teacher in elementary education for kindergarten to 6th grade students, and also worked as a classroom aide for 4 years at Mountain Trails Elementary School, working with special needs students. She has also served children, youth, and adults for many years as a member of her church. They both love the amenities Eagle Mountain has to offer, the many parks, ball fields, and trails. Sandy and Myron appreciate that there is a sense of access to the leaders of Eagle Mountain City, knowing you can talk to city leaders and knowing they will listen and give the best advice to you. We as a city extend our love and admiration to these two people who have given so much of their time and themselves to us. Thank you so much. And we have a plaque for you, and we're just excited that you are our Grand Marshals this year.
Thank you very much.
We're gonna come shake your hands, okay?
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, we have some appointments that we are going to postpone. Do we need to do that by ordinance or by motion? They're going to be here a little later.
No, you can just move it.
Can we just move to change the order and to slide this further back in the agenda until such time as the appointees can be here
Are
with
available?
us?
Yeah, the mayor pro tem can just move an item.
I can just do that. We don't need to do it.
Good,
Okay.
just do it.
So that's what we're going to do. We're going to move these appointments until the Kings are available. Okay, so we are now to our consent agenda, and I will entertain a motion.
So I think, just to clarify, I think we need to remove 15C and place it on the regular agenda, correct? Is there anything else other than, I just want to know how to deal with the agreement. Has that already been changed, or what can I condition it on, just to make?
Yeah, I mean, we know about that change, so if you just want to approve it with that change,
Okay.
that's great.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we approve the consent agenda, removing item 15C and placing it on the regular agenda, and with the condition that that item 11A, the Rock Solid Technologies Agreement, be required to have the 24/7 customer service in the agreement, and I don't remember what he called it, but the response schedule to say when they will respond to various service level agreement. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Curtis.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Wright. Any discussion needed? Oh, sorry. Okay. We'll go ahead and go to a vote. Councilmember Burnham.
Yes.
Councilmember Love is a yes. Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes unanimously. And I guess we'll go right into 15C. 15C. Okay. 15C is a resolution of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, approving a fee waiver for the Sweetwater Fire Station and Fire Station 253 impact fees. How do we want to handle this? Do you want to?
Paul has information.
You have some information to pass on? We had a discussion about this earlier in our work session, and we had a few questions.
Yeah, I have some. So this has not been done before. So this is the first. So I got some information from Tony Hill, UFA's CFO, I think is his title. And I guess either earlier this year or later last year, Mill Creek City asked for a fee waiver of UFA impact fees on their new city hall. And it was granted. At the same time, the UFA board decided that going forward, they'd be asking for waivers on impact fees for all future fire stations within the entire service area. But to this point, it has not been done yet. So Mill Creek City has already committed on Station 112, which is their next fire station. I don't know if it's under construction or close, to waive those impact fees because it's come after this new policy that they're going to be asking all member cities for impact fee waivers going forward. But to this point, it has not been done yet.
And from what I understand, they've committed to continuing that policy of waiving impact fees
Yes,
for us. Like if
that's
we built a public building, they would waive that fee for
Right,
us.
yeah, they're going to waive on all future public buildings, municipal buildings, in all of their member cities, all fire impact fees going forward.
So what does that mean? Like, I know we're gonna build a $25 million city hall someday, right? On my wish list, but like, what is an impact fee for us that we would pay the fire on something like that?
So that is something that Chris would have to address and actually try to calculate, but I'm told that Mill Creek's impact fee is going to be between 50 and 70,000. Now, I don't think ours would be that much, but that's something we're actually needing to analyze as to our fire impact fee is not adequate. It's based on level of service, not on reality as far as how much it's going to cost to do these projects in the future. So, basically building a public safety building. So, but yeah, I don't know what, that's just the public safety impact fee for us. That's just police. I don't know how much UFA is charging on their impact fee and how much, I don't know what Mill Creek's building is going to cost them, how big it is. But that's something that we'd have to have Chris kind of calculate out based on some kind of a rough structure.
Well, I guess here's my follow-up crystal ball question. We're at roughly 50 some odd thousand residents. We're projected to be over 100,000 in the near future. We have X amount of fire stations. We're going to need that many more, or additions or something when we double in size. Is there any other participant in the USFA that is growing at the rate we're growing that's going to see, like, is this something that's kind of targeted at us because we're going to have 4, 5, 6 stations, and they're not going to have any? So we're going to be the leaders, and we're going to be the next one and the next one, and somebody might have one along the way.
I guess it's hard for me to answer, but on the flip side, as a growing city, we're going to have more buildings too. And if we're not going to be paying that impact fee, so when we build a library, potentially City Hall, if we convert this to a public safety building.
But apples to apples, are we the winners in that deal, or are they? Because we pay.
I don't even think that deal, just to play devil's advocate here, if I'm going to get 3 or 4 more fire stations and all I have to do is give $40,000 in impact fees, like, yes, our residents are paying taxes, but we are growing, which means we're going to receive more of the benefit than other communities like Mill Creek or other non-growing communities. And they're all helping to pay for this for us. So I think that argument can be made. I think that you're making a good argument, but that's just on the other hand, on the other
side. And I guess I'd add to that, right now, well, going forward, when we're built out, we're going to have a rec center. We're going to have potentially a community center or library. Maybe it's the same building, but it'll be big enough for both functions. Potentially a new city hall or a public safety building that this continues to function as city hall. Those buildings, to me, with the scale of fire stations, are way larger than the sum total of all the fire stations we'd need in our city and build out. And to bounce off what Councilmember Curtis said, right now, we're told that based on the fact that we don't have a lot of commercial, we're being subsidized by those other communities in just our property tax anyway. As far as what the costs of the UFA operations within Eagle Mountain City, we're not paying our way yet. I don't know at what point in time we will be, but we're not paying our way right now.
Do you know if Harriman is still part of UFA?
So They are part of UFA. They're contracted with UFA. They're just not part of UFSA. So
Okay.
UFSA is the taxing entity,
Okay.
and UFA is basically the operational side. So they're contracted through UFA for fire services, but they're not. They're
Okay.
just they're paying a bill, kind of
They're
like what we
paying
do
a bill,
with the
yeah, okay.
sheriff's department.
Because they are growing faster than we are, but. Different. Yeah.
So are we comfortable moving forward with this?
Do you have any other questions?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion and you can vote your conscience. I move that we approve a resolution of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, approving a fee waiver for the Sweetwater Fire Station and Fire Station 253 impact fees.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember
Second.
Burnham, second by Councilmember Curtis. Do we need any discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll go to a vote. Councilmember Love is a yes. Councilmember Wright?
Yes.
Councilmember Gray?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Burnham?
Yes.
Okay, so that passes unanimously. We'll move down to our regularly scheduled items. The first that we have is 16A. This is an ordinance and public hearing of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, adopting the final budget amendments for fiscal year 2021-2022. We had a presentation on this earlier in our work session. I don't know that we need to review anything in this meeting. Oh, it is a public, yes. First of all,
And
does
mention the
the
changes.
council have any questions? No, I've got the changes.
I think you
right
should
here.
announce the changes.
Oh, okay,
That way,
so-
so the public
yes,
knows
okay,
that
that's
needs
a
to be
good
on
idea.
record.
Okay, so, what I've got here is that the added change to the amended budget we discussed was adding $146,500 to the general fund for cost of issuance expense related to the sales tax bond that was issued. And that is the change that needed to be made in the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget that was presented earlier. Okay, any questions about that?
I thought there were two changes.
Do you remember what the other one was?
No, but I remember her saying there were two. Maybe I'm up in the night. I don't know.
Kimberly? Oh, in the other budget, okay.
Got it. Sorry. I am up in the night.
Okay. All right, any questions from the council? Okay, then, this is a public hearing, so we would like to open the public hearing at 7:40 and invite any members of the public that would like to make a discussion on this to come forward. Okay, seeing none, we will close the public hearing at 7:40 and call for a motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll make a motion.
I was just wondering if you could state it so someone can move it,
I'll,
because we don't have that, unless you do. Did it come to all of us? Oh, okay.
It's $146,500, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Mayor Pro Tem, I move that the Eagle Mountain City Council adopt an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, adopting the final budget amendment for fiscal year 2021-2022 as contained in our packet, adding an amendment to the budget, adding $146,500 in the general fund for the cost of issuance expense related to the sales tax bond that was issued.
okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Wright. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Burnham. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll go to a vote. Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis.
Yes.
Councilmember Burnham.
Yes.
Councilmember Love is also a yes, and that passes unanimously. We'll go to item 16B. 16B is an ordinance and public hearing of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, adopting the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget totaling $121,380,554 and the certified tax rate. Again, we had a presentation and discussion about this in our work session, and one amendment needs to be made. The new total of the budget is $122,302,191, and this includes the additions that we discussed in the work meeting. Do you want to clarify
Yes,
that
and
for
I
us?
just wanted to identify that that was for a change to the RDA for $914,137, and then a change to the information services budget of $7,500. Only because I only gave you the grand total there, again, for the benefit of this public hearing, to identify what was making up those two changes that adjusted your total.
So, sorry, what was that, Paul?
So just, there's been some back and forth on, between me and council members about adjustments for council and mayor. It's been a long time, but one of the clarifications I wanted was that originally when we talked about an inflationary adjustment, that I thought it was going to be everybody, including our elected officials. And so that's what I would recommend. But I don't know that we have clear direction from the body, legislative body, on whether or not that happens. I know it's kind of last minute, but
So you're saying that you're not sure if that's in this budget or not?
It is included.
Oh,
in
is
the
it?
overall
Okay.
cost,
Okay.
But I don't know if you needed to identify that that was part of
Okay.
that. It was this inflationary cost adjustment across the board for all.
Okay, sorry, I guess I should have asked.
So
Kimberly.
it's included, but I had mentioned in one of our other meetings that it still requires a code amendment, right?
This isn't like a pay raise. It's just an inflation, but it might still, and you'd have
Because
to.
our pay is based on code.
Jeremy, is there some?
Clarify?
Is it-
So that's fine, but we need to make the motion to adjust the code as well.
Right, if you approve the budget and it has it in there as a placeholder, if we never change the code, the money never comes. It just stays in the general.
That's why.
Right, so even if you approve it, as long as it's place held, we still have to take another action, is my guess. And if
But can we make the action all at once to modify
I
the
think it would
code?
need to be noticed.
it probably,
Yeah,
it would
and
probably be
probably
appropriate,
discussed.
and I allow people to come.
Yeah,
You know,
it
tell
is
us
in
what
the
they think.
code, and we would need to notice it because it's not on our agenda.
Okay, so we would need to change that later.
Well, you can keep it in the budget, we just,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
we'd need to make a motion, or a code change
Yeah, and we
later.
probably want to look at the code and maybe change it so we don't have to do this all the time, but something to think
Yeah.
about.
Okay, any questions of council?
I have a question, and I spoke privately with Mr. Jerome kind of about similar topics, but here's one. For instance, in our budget, we've had multiple discussions about, I think it's roughly $1.2 million paving some building maintenance down in the Public Works, right? Is it 1.2 million? Lots of discussion about whether we hold off on some of it. Again, it's in the budget. Once we put it in the budget, if they spend it, how do we know? I feel like the direction was to not pave. I know Jeff, I think, or somebody had mentioned, it could have even been Chris, that we would pave a certain portion of that, but not where we anticipate future buildings, right? So that's been the direction, but again, in the budget, it's 1.2 million, it's allocated, they do what they want with it. So to clarify, I just want
I'm
to
a
know.
little foggy on this, so hopefully Kimberly has more, so.
From that standpoint, yes, so the funding is in there, but it was conditional in terms of the project isn't authorized until after the councils have reviewed and approved the facilities plan that we discussed.
Right.
So even though you fund, again, you're funding the item on there, but based on our discussion, the project can't move forward, okay?
So
until
that's
this
kind of
part
the
happens.
questions that I'm asking is how do we know that that's,
It's one of those items that for me, as the budget officer, when we see expenditure reports that are coming through or projects, and again, for that particular item, it would require it to go to bid, and the project would have to come before council.
As a
to
bid.
actually level it.
Right, you'd have to
Because
vote
of
on
the
that
volume.
project.
But but if we did it in-house, does it still bid?
Well, based on the dollar amount of that project, it's not eligibly done for in-house. You would be
Okay.
required as a public works project, my understanding of the code based on that dollar value.
See,
it would
anything
have to
under
go out to bid.
$40,000, I think.
Now, if there's no bidders that bid, you can still bring it in-house, but my understanding is you're required, again, to notice that.
What is that amount? I'm not sure I know. I know they can spend 40,000. Brett and I actually studied this the other day. But like they're doing 400-ton asphalt, did they send that out to bid? Or do we just?
No,
It's the
that's,
state code for public works projects. That's what's designating, and I think it's more in the $700,000+ range.
yeah, and see, this project, this paving project's like under 50 total for all the components of it. And that's not just asphalt, that's
Okay, so the threshold is
The developer
700?
itself did some of the work, and so the asphalt's not, I mean, it's more than just asphalt.
But the state threshold is 700.
It's in that range.
Okay.
So it is designated by state code in terms of certain public works types of projects that require us to not be able to do them in-house. We have to go out for a competitive bid on public works related projects, and it's designated in the state code for that. So the one project you have in question would not be able to move forward without it coming to council, even though the funding exists, because of the nature of it, but even beyond that, because of the discussion and the contingency that we had in that meeting, that this wouldn't be something that.
But
we
that
would
discussion and
move
that
forward.
contingency that wasn't done by motion, it was
You're
just a
correct.
discussion. So
Right.
how does that move into policy or procedure or?
It lays upon our responsibility, again, a responsibility in terms of as an administrator, as a finance director, and your
Just to
budget
make sure that
officer
you
for
follow
that.
the direction of the council,
Yes,
right?
correct.
Well, and
Okay.
there's internal policies that can.
Yeah, that's true. We have our own purchasing policy that marks all the thresholds of what the actual council requirement is as far as approval goes, regardless of whether it's budgeted or not. I mean, there's a threshold too, that if it's not budgeted, it's much lower too. That if it's not, in other words, if you guys haven't seen a project in the form of a budgeted amount, then the threshold, that dollar amount actually is very low, that it has to come to you guys for approval.
Yeah,
before we do
since
it.
in 3.2, I mean, you can study the code, that's where it's
Yeah.
located.
And that's meant to prevent, city staff from doing, allocating funds for major projects that you guys, as a governing body, have not been able to either approve through a budget or, approve the bid award.
Okay, all right, so we will open, if there's no more questions from council, then we will go ahead and open up a public hearing at 7:50. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this?
Come on, Jeff, we need at least one person to make a public comment
I was
on the
going to say
budget.
the same. I feel like this is the most important thing we as council do is the budget. I mean, of the whole year. And this is the meeting where our trusty friend is here.
Yeah, we have one watchdog, well, probably more that are online.
Yeah, but the most important thing we do, and I think public input would be nice.
Technically, there are 2 watchdogs.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
3 watchdogs.
2 canine and 1.
So we will go ahead and close public hearing and call for a motion. I'll make it if you want. I move that we approve an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, adopting the fiscal year 2022 to 2023 budget, totaling the new amount of $122,302,191. That includes additions for the RDA and information services, and the certified tax rate. That's a motion by Councilmember Love. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Curtis. Any discussion? Okay, we'll move to a vote where I lost track. with Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis.
Yes.
Councilmember Burnham.
Yes.
Councilmember Love is a yes. Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Okay, so that also passes unanimously. We will go ahead and move down to 17A. This is an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City amending the Eagle Mountain Municipal Code, Chapters 15.10, Improvement and Design Standards, 15.15, Inspection, and 15.50, Storm Drains. And we will go ahead and invite Mr. Trustee to make a presentation online here. Oh, and we cannot hear you. So hold on just a moment.
Sorry, let me see if I can figure this out. Anybody else has any idea how to do this? Steve? Paul? I see Finn push buttons all the time, but I don't know what she's pushing. You gotta change like the input on this.
Yeah, I think
Well, I
that
think it's
we
gotta
have.
change.
Does it really have to change on that?
I think so. Yeah, I'll be right back, sorry. No, that's all right.
What are you changing?
Hers to be over.
So, can he not hear, can you hear us, Chris?
Hey, so while they're working on that audio, I just want to say, we just approved $122 million to be spent.
You muted yourself, Chris.
I think I need a nap.
Now can you
Hey,
talk?
Paul, don't spend it all in one place. That's
Can
what
you
my
hear
dad
me?
used to say.
Yes.
Spend it wisely.
How are we doing? Do we have audio? Okay, we will.
I think.
Okay, we can hear you. Great.
Great. So I've been working with our inspection staff trying to come up with some amendments to some of our construction standards, trying to address some issues that we've had that have come up over the last couple of years. We've also tried to work with our utilities, and we'll probably be bringing back other portions of our construction standards in subsequent meetings, but we didn't want to bite all of it off at one fell swoop, so we thought we'd start off towards the beginning and probably work our way through. So we've redlined some of the standards that we have for 15.10. The first item in there, it's really just saying if there's an existing lateral that's been stubbed, we want that is not going to be used, we want that to be capped at the main line. The next section, I actually would like to ask the council to maybe make some modifications. As I was reading this after submitting it on Granicus last week, I would prefer that I think we're double stating some of the information, and I think that this would be better served if we were to rename this section, the 15.10.175 street concrete, remove the first sentence and then rename that potholing, because the rest of that paragraph deals with potholing. And later on in the code, under 15.10.310 survey, that talks about survey monuments, which is really what that first sentence is related to. Are you following me?
Can I just clarify that with you, Chris? You're asking a question. Can I ask a question, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, please.
So what I'm hearing you say is you want to just rename 1510.175 from street concrete to potholing? Is that, or do you want it to say street concrete / potholing?
I just wanted to say potholing, and I want to remove that first sentence in that paragraph.
Okay.
The next section is 15.10.200, and that deals with underground utilities. And I've added fiber to be included along with gas and electric, and then made a statement that underground utilities within city rights of way shall install traffic rated vaults and lids for necessary points of access, unless it's protected with curb or bollards. But this is in response to the concern that was addressed by Council Member Gray a few council meetings ago, and hopefully that kind of gets to what he was asking for.
Yes, thank you. I saw that, and that is perfect.
Great. The next section, 1510.280, traffic control, is probably not just appropriate for them to submit plans, but they should be approved for traffic control plans. Under construction safety, we've added that road plates can be used. They're used frequently, but our code specifically right now doesn't allow those. And then the survey control under 15.10.310 survey, we just want to make sure that if they install survey monuments, that the curb that they put around that, the concrete collars, meets the collar requirements of the city. And then just on non-compliance, instead of saying work, we thought it was more appropriate to state that as improvements. And that's the gist of it for section 1510. Going on to 1515, we've asked that we set more of a standard on how often passing tests are collected because the old code didn't really clarify that very much. We've also, on the testing of materials, asked that it be televised and not necessarily mandrel. The mandrel is what they call a pig, is what we always called it, and they run it through there and make sure that it can fit through a pipe, but we'd rather have a video of it so we can visually inspect the pipe. Unfortunately, none of our guys are small enough to fit down on most of those. We've updated our red head staking, which is really just the red fibers that are on top of nails to help when they're doing paving, the grader know what the elevation is supposed to be on top of the base. And I'm going through here really quick, so if you ever have any questions, please feel free to just interject. Down on 15.15.020, we've just wanted to make a statement that samples that are taken for testing have to be taken in the presence of an Eagle Mountain City representative to ensure that samples aren't taken and that may not be a real good sample of everything else that's on site. And then lastly, we, in tonight's council had several subdivisions that were exiting warranty. We would like to be able to have sewer lines that are in those subdivisions prior to exiting warranty be re-camera'd so that we can verify that they look just as good a year after they went into warranty as they did back then. And there hasn't been any settlement or deviations from that. And then lastly, we have chapter 15.50. We've added to our standard that they can have an approved equal in addition to the HP ADS piping, just so that we're not, ADS is a specific manufacturer and we like that product. We just need to make sure that that's not the only product that we allow. We've added some specifications on the cleaning and testing, just to refer back to the American Public Works Association standards for cleaning. And again, on 15.50.070, added a line that said all inlet protection to meet or exceed ASTM D8057 inlet protection standards, just trying to refer back to some national standards that are set for the better management practices that help protect our storm systems. We've asked that all SWIP documentation is available electronically at the project site at the time of an on-site inspection. And we are asking to not allow for the Stormwater Phase 2 final rule to be an out clause for contractors. If a site is sufficiently small, they can ask to be exempt from meeting the same SWIP requirements, and we would prefer that that doesn't happen. And the next two paragraphs are the SWIP boards, and if you go to any active construction sites, most of them already have those in place. You'll see the big plywood signs that have information as required, and most of them do it anyway. We just want to have this in writing as part of our code so that we can make sure that all contractors have the standard of which to follow. And quickly, that's the third of the ordinance that I've brought forward, the third section, and I'm happy to answer questions or review anything else.
Okay, questions from council? Okay,
I have a question.
Oh, Councilmember Gray.
So, Chris, I didn't see in there because it's probably in the building standards, but do you also pressure test the sewers when they're put in before warranty?
We do.
So
Yep.
It's probably too late coming out of warranty. Just a camera is probably good enough, or do you think a pressure test as well?
I think.
I mean, pressure is usually going to tell you where there's leaks, right? But it's also harder to fix at that point because the road's in.
Right.
So is that excessive?
I don't think so. I think there's a lot of possibilities on fixing pipes that might have some deviations or some sags in it without having to tear up the road.
The problem is,
will allow.
Sorry, part of that is once the homes are connected to it, it'd be hard to pressure test the laterals, but you can at least do the main line.
Yeah.
So you tell me, do you want to add that in there as well, the camera plus pressure the main, or what do you think? What do you think is the best?
Chris?
Yeah.
Mac, you wouldn't be able to pressurize the main line because all your connection points are on the main line.
Oh, yeah, good point.
The only thing that you truly could test would be the manholes.
I knew you couldn't do the lateral.
It would be fun
I
to
knew you couldn't do the
watch.
lateral, but I didn't think about they're actually connected.
Yeah.
It would go uphill. Hey, Chris was even thinking about it too. So
People might think that it was
Well,
like some.
that's what I was thinking, is that you'd have to plug off the laterals to do that, and that's why I was really kind of hesitating.
So is it worth doing the manholes, or at that point it's too late, right? So I think a camera is probably sufficient. That's what I'm determining.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions from council? Okay, then we will call for a motion if you, yeah.
Okay, I would love to make a motion. I gotta remember to bring that up. Okay. I move that we approve an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, amending the Eagle Mountain Municipal Code Chapters 15.10, Improvement and Design Standards, 15.15, Inspection, and 15.50, Storm Drains, including the change in the title of 15.10.175, Street Concrete, changing that to potholing, and removing the first sentence, monuments and other street surface concrete shall meet manhole color requirements, see section 15.60.060.
Okay, we have,
Do you want to do this one, Donna? Do you want to have that 15.10.3.10? Changing that to survey monuments? I think you wanted to add that. Maybe I misunderstood.
Was there already a second?
no. Do we need a second?
Chris,
right?
were you wanting to make a change on 15.10.3.10?
No, I was not. I was trying to say that with what we already have shown in there as a change is almost the exact same thing that first sentence in the other paragraph, the 175. So I thought you had stated it correctly.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Burnham. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Wright. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll go to a vote with Councilmember Curtis.
Yes.
Councilmember Burnham.
Yes.
Councilmember Love is a yes. Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes unanimously. We're going to go ahead, thank you so much, Chris. We're going to go ahead and change the order around in the agenda slightly. We have a communication item at the bottom of the agenda. fraud risk assessment. And Kimberly is here for that. And Kimberly, do you want to tell us what this is all about?
Yes, so Mayor Pro Tem Council, this fraud risk assessment is an item that's come out of the State Auditor's Office. It's been a couple of years now since that was levied, and it's designed to be able to help identify that we can do self-assessments to help identify what might be additional risks that we have for fraud within our organization. So the State Auditor's Office came up with some criteria, some ranking, and it's levied statewide to all, not just municipalities, but state agencies, districts, and so forth, that we perform this assessment each year to determine kind of what our risk level is, and that we identify that and report it back to the council. So it's probably been a communication item too for the last several years. Typically around this time at the very end of the year, we do it on a fiscal year basis. But since I've been here, we haven't really had any conversations or talked about it to find out again if the council has any questions about that. The intent at the state level was so that there was communication taking place with the legislative body regarding our risk levels here within our organization. So Eagle Mountain City does fall within the low category for that, and I think a copy of the actual assessment and the criteria that we have to look at and that we review is included within your packet, and then when we have our external auditor come in, it's one of those items that they test and report on as well. Obviously, because we like to do continuous improvement, hopefully over the years there are a couple of areas that we don't have items that are in place, but those are really just based on the size of our community. Again, this is a one-size-fits-all across the board for the state. So having like an independent internal auditor from that. You'll see those kind of at a county level where they have larger organizations that they're monitoring. There is some internal auditing that we will be able to do in-house, where we would set up a program to start looking at maybe trying to get individual divisions on an audit process where we don't just look at a financial nature, but we look at what their state reporting requirements are, if they're meeting those, helping them redevelop their procedures or processes and all that kind of stuff. But it's just something that we'll continue to look at each year and then look for areas that we can make improvements. And this is also the reason why once during your 4-year term, you're required to go on and do some certification on the state auditor's website and fill your annually, you fill out kind of a conflict of interest report, and a couple of those things are kind of all tied to this type of thing that we're looking at. So.
Okay.
Mayor, if I could.
You want to make a comment, Paul?
Yeah, just to clarify some things you'll see on this. You know, one of the things it asks is if we have a formal internal audit function. We do, but we need to kind of resurrect and
the audit
tweak
committee,
that.
not the audit function.
Well, we had formalized an internal audit function a while back, but it was as the staff change, that needs to be brought back at some point in time, and an audit committee that we need to make sure is actually functioning. So we have the foundation for some of these others that we can get points for too. We just need to kind of bring them back and tweak them a little bit. So just wanted to bring that up.
Okay. Any questions by council? Okay. Thanks, Kimberly. Okay, so we will go ahead and move to our next agenda item. This is 17B, and this is an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, amending the Eagle Mountain City Municipal Code, Chapter 13.75, Eagle Mountain City Stormwater Ordinance. And we will turn some time over to City Attorney Jeremy Cook for a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is hopefully a pretty simple item. These are changes to the stormwater ordinance, really addressing the long-term stormwater management plan and long-term stormwater management agreement. And just as background, these are related to properties that have their own stormwater facility on the property that they own and that they maintain over time. So state code requires that those properties have a plan in place for for the maintenance of those stormwater facilities and an agreement that covers that property to make sure that they're actually complying with their plan and implementing their plan. So there's a couple of changes in here just related to the plan itself. And then probably the biggest change is the implementation of a policy that would require everybody that came in for a new business license to make sure that they have a plan in place for that property. And the purpose of that is really just to allow us to go back to some of these properties that have developed these before the code was in place and require them to have this plan so that we can make sure we comply with state law. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Yes, so I do have one. And it was just more based on just why we exempted when we didn't previously. So 1375, 100. And it says, previously it said every person will be required to obtain a permit. And now it says unless waived by the city engineer, every developer, property owner, or business. And then we lay out all the conditions under which we would require it. So my question is, why are we exempting and for what reasons? I'm just wondering why why there's no maybe, to me it's more about having just like very clear-cut reasons that we would exempt something versus a discretionary thing. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Right.
And the purpose behind that was just, it's hard to always think of all the scenarios where these may be implemented. I mean, one of the examples is like HOA ponds or something, you know, that would be a place where we'd want to implement them. But we might have situations where, for different reasons, in the discretion of the city engineer, that you may look at it and say, you know, we just really don't need it in this situation because of some factor. I think that probably not be routine, but we just wanted to add a little flexibility just to make sure that if there was some situation, because it is a little impactful to have one of these plans and agreements, that there would be some ability in certain situations to waive that. So, I mean, if we're not comfortable with it, we can certainly remove that, but.
It's not about whether or not, I think the discretion can be used. It's just more of, I even know for code for myself, sometimes I don't like to look at a code that says the council can choose to do this if they want, because I don't have any context into when I should or versus when I shouldn't. So does that make sense, kind of what I'm trying to get out? Are there, if we do an exemption, is there any way to say for this, or this, or I don't know, that would make me feel more comfortable. I may be alone in that, but that's just what I was thinking is, if it's warranted, when is it warranted or why is it warranted? Because it seems like in all of these conditions that we would want it. So I don't know. That's just my thought process.
Yeah, we can look at that. Obviously, that's probably not something we can kind of talk through today. I can tell you that there's a section in here about the fees, and it lays out the fees and it says, you know, unless otherwise stated in the consolidated fee schedule, here are the fees. The fees are not the same as in the consolidated fee schedule. We're going to look at those, make sure that they're accurate and we don't have changes, and then come back and redo that section anyway. So if you want, we could look at, when we come back and redo that, look at some clarity on that other section as well. And if you want to just remove it for now, then we'll bring it back once we have some more clarity.
And I mean, that would be my preference, but I'm one of 5. If no one else has that concern, then.
I certainly would like to see a little more clarity there. I think I like being a little more prescriptive and less, I guess, I just like it to be more defined. I think that's probably a better way to put it. When this should or when this shouldn't apply.
And like I said, I was just thinking about like, oh, the council can waive this if X, Y, or Z, right? Because then I at least know the rough conditions under which it should be or shouldn't be considered.
Or kind of a general guideline, even. Any other questions concerning this? Okay, then,
So I just had a quick question.
Yes.
So it is regarding this conversation. So are you saying that we would just leave 13.75.100A, the wording the same until it comes back, and then we would work on changing that? Or are we going to table the whole?
I think we can just strike unless waived by the city engineer.
And then.
Right, and then we'll figure out the way to
Okay.
maybe come up with a couple of instances.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Because that would work for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just needed a plan forward.
Okay, do you want to make a motion? I think we're there, aren't we? Okay.
Sure, I can do that. Okay, hang on, sorry. I move that we approve an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, amending the Eagle Mountain City Municipal Code, Chapter 13.75, Eagle Mountain City Stormwater Ordinance. Yes, it's with the change on 13.75.100A, taking out the words unless waived by the city engineer.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Burnham. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Curtis.
And I just wanted to state that it would be my intent to consider
Yeah.
some general guidelines as to when it would be appropriate to waive, and then it will be clear.
Okay.
So Chris is still online, is there?
Well, I just don't want him to have to come up with them on the spot to say, well, these are the 5 conditions under which it would be appropriate to waive them. Does that make sense? Or
And
like,
they're bringing
I don't
this
even
back
know,
for other
yeah,
items,
what
too.
road to go down if it's determined that these things.
So I was
Like, I
trying
don't know
to,
if it-
I was trying to figure this out on the fly because I typically agree that I don't want anything left to discretion. It makes it where there could be corruption, because one person can change the decision, right? So I typically agree. I'm thinking of where this could be used. We have a 100-acre tract out in the middle of wherever, and they're doing a perk test.
Right.
Stormwater is not going to affect any surrounding property owner.
Right. Well, but these are the types of things that I would want us.
And that's what I was trying to
consider,
figure out
right?
if there was
I just-
anything that there ever would be, and that's the only thing I could come up with on the fly, but maybe Chris knows.
Right, and this has nothing to even do with Chris or his capability. This is just more of, I like it to be very clear because I even don't want him to get pressure from people to be waiving things when he doesn't want to, and he can clearly
That's why-
say,
that's
the code
what I
says that I
typically
waived them
say.
in these 4 instances.
Yeah, I don't want
count
one
Sam, right?
person to feel
Or
that
whatever.
pressure.
You know what I mean? Like, that's
But this
what I'm
also
talking
has to
about.
outlive Chris and whoever the next guy is, and
Right, which is maybe another reason that I like that, because if Chris chooses to move on to something else, it says right here, here are the 4 instances in which you should consider a waiver, otherwise don't, right? That's what I'm kind of getting at.
So, sorry, Chris suggested, instead of deleting that, just adding for now, and maybe we'll bring it back, but adding for now, unless waived by the city engineer because the city engineer determines there will be no impact to the groundwater or storm drain system.
I will amend my motion for that language.
Yeah, did I second it?
Yeah.
I will second it again. I actually think that that's probably fine, but I'd still like to have you investigate it further to see if we can clean that up a little bit.
Can I have you read that again?
So, unless waived by the city engineer because the city engineer determines there will be no impact to the groundwater or city stormwater system, comma. So basically, Chris can waive it if he determines there's no impact to the groundwater or city stormwater system. But
And that's kind of that's exactly the specificity I'm looking for, where it's just like, you don't waive it
This
for
is
any
fine.
random reason, it's because of X.
Right.
And
Okay.
yeah.
Not because it's too expensive to
Right,
develop.
right, exactly.
So we have an amended motion by Councilmember Burnham and an amended second by Councilmember Curtis. Any further discussion on that amendment? Okay, then we will go ahead and go to a vote. We'll start with Councilmember Burnham.
Yes.
Councilmember Love is a yes. Councilmember Wright?
Yes.
Councilmember Gray?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Okay, so that passes unanimously. Okay, we will move on to 17C. 17C is an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, amending the Eagle Mountain City Municipal Code, Section 17.15.030, Planning Commission Organization, and we have a presentation by City Attorney Jeremy Cook.
All right, so this is amendment to the Planning Commission organization. It really involves two issues. One is having a alternate member to the Planning Commission, or adding an alternate member to the Planning Commission, and then also providing for a notice of to the council prior to the possible appointment to the Planning Commission. And there was some recommendation, this went to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission recommended changes to Section B. As originally drafted, it would have only allowed the alternate member to vote if it was necessary to make a quorum. And the Planning Commission recommended changing it to allow the alternate member to vote if a regular member is absent or if the regular member recuses themselves from an agenda item. And then as drafted, it originally allowed for that Planning Commission, the alternate Planning Commission member to essentially serve indefinitely. And the Planning Commission recommended that the term be set for 3 years. And I can tell you my rationale on both of those for if you want, of why I drafted it like that. I don't disagree with the Planning Commission, but my thinking, at least in drafting it, was that that the alternate member would kind of be in training. And so that person would show up, would participate in the discussions, and would be able to, be there. There'd be incentive for that person to be there, but they wouldn't regularly vote on issues, and unless, again, there was just a need to make a quorum. But I think it works either way, and I can understand the rationale either way. The Planning Commission, I think, probably has a better idea of what works for the Planning Commission than me, so I certainly support them on that change. And then as far as the Section B, the 3-year term, my thinking was essentially that that alternate member would basically be the member in training and would take the next open kind of seat. So if that came up, most likely within 3 years, but if it happened to be a little longer than 3 years before a seat opened, that they'd essentially take that seat. And if for some reason it was felt like that person wasn't really qualified to be a regular member of the Planning Commission, they'd probably you'd probably want to think about whether or not you wanted to get rid of that person anyway. So that was just my thinking, but I think I think it works either way for sure.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and make a comment or ask a question. I like what you've done with B. C, I feel like, and I listened to the Planning Commission meeting, and it was almost like twofold, if I remember right, was that this person receives the training to become a planning commissioner, and they also get to see if they like it, and we get to see if we like them. So I don't think it's a guarantee that they're going to be appointed to the Planning Commission. I mean, I hope that will be the case. So personally, I would like to see it reworded so that they do have a set term of 3 years, unless they are appointed within that 3 years. I wouldn't want to see it go longer than 3 years, because then it just feels like it's indefinite and there's no kind of trigger for us to make a decision or do anything. If they're on there and they're great and they love it and we like them, I can see reappointing them if a position hadn't opened up. But I would like to have a set term so that we can do something and make a decision.
I just have a question about what you said. So when you said, I like what you did, on B, do you prefer Jeremy's version or the planning commission's version?
I like the planning commission's version where they get to vote whenever there's a member not in
Okay,
attendance.
so you like the planning commission's version of both B and C?
Well,
So to clarify, that in the pack is the planning commission version on
right,
both of them.
and so, but I feel like C needs to be clarified a little bit, because it said, I don't like the idea that they serve longer than 3 years. I want it to be 3 years and they're done and we can reappoint them if we want to. But
that's what it says.
No, it's not clear. It's just an or. 3 years or until appointed. So that
But
or,
that only means if it changes, which I agree.
it
So-
could be before 3 years or it could
Oh, I
be after
see.
3
It could be
years.
5 years if we invoke the or, right?
Well,
I don't think that that's
I think what the
intent
or
is.
intent is, that means if a seat was vacated and they moved into that seat, the term would expire with that seat.
I think the
5
problem
years
is the
down the
English
road, it
language.
could mean either way.
I understand what you're saying.
So my question was on clarifying that is, right now, do we,
Well, I think maybe if you change that or to an unless,
Yes, unless is perfect. A term of 3 years unless appointed as a regular member of the planning commission or removed.
so
I like that.
for clarification, because I don't see it in here, are the appointments every year? We do 2 1 year, 2 the next year, and then 1 the next year? What's it's
3 and 2.
And then 1 year we don't do any?
There's 1 year where there's 2, and then the next year there's 3.
And then the next year?
And then there's a year where you don't have it.
So, and that's what I was trying to remember. So my question is, does it make sense to have 2, 2, and 2, so that every year you're appointing 2 to a 3-year term, including the alternate being that other year? Is that?
well, I think when you appoint a new one, I mean, my assumption is most of the time the alternate, when there's an open seat, is probably going to get appointed to the new seat. I think, frankly, if you're the alternate member and you've been the alternate member for, 6 or 8 months, and you don't get appointed to the open seat, maybe you're second guessing whether or not, you really want to be there.
I think that what I'm getting at is that what if the 5 members keep going for multiple terms? So you'd appoint 2 per year, and the alternate would also get reappointed the year that his term was up, if a seat never did open up.
Yeah, I think the alternate would just get appointed after the 3 years, if a seat hasn't opened up. Assuming you'd want to continue.
But are we going to do 3 1 year, 3 the next year, and none the next year?
I don't know that I have a strong preference, I'm going to be honest.
But I think in most cases, the alternate's probably not going to serve the full 3 years, and the new alternate's going to get appointed. I mean, I know it could happen because you're just reappointing the existing planning commissioners. But I think most likely you're going to have that person, the alternate, reappointed in the year that or as soon as you reappoint them, move them into the main role and reappoint a new person as the alternate. But it may not always happen like that. It could be someone that has served on the planning commission that moves back into Eagle Mountain, and you want to reappoint them to the planning commission because they have 15 years of experience, or something like that.
So, but I mean, if the council does like the 2, 2, and 2, that just means that it would take a couple of years to actually go into effect, correct? Because whoever's appointed will still expire. They won't expire, their appointment would expire.
Yeah, and by state code, it's a 3-year term.
Okay.
So
That's not our code, that's state code.
Right,
for
so,
planning
yeah,
commission.
so, I mean, that's a good point, so,
But it just matters when you set it to expire. Like, we've appointed people to 4 years, meaning you can finish this year and then have another 3 years. So to keep it even so that we can keep that rotation and flow, I would do it every 2 per year rather than 4 1 year, 2 the next year, and 0 the next year.
right, and I guess that does make sense, but then I'm also thinking of the things that come into play. Like, it's fairly often that planning commissioners will run for an office, so that throws it off anyway.
It just, then the new person gets appointed to that seat with a term expiring whenever it expires. But it keeps them expiring every 2 per year, so that every January, because if this goes in effect immediately, we're gonna have somebody that gets put on there right now. When's the term expire? 2.5 years, 3.5 years, and then is it doubled up on a year that we have the 3 people? That's why I'm asking the question if we can have them expire 2 per year, or, because I don't know where our terms are right now.
Well, I'll tell you where they're at. There's 2 that are set to expire at the end of this year, and there are 3 that are set to expire at the end of next year.
And then this one, if it starts this year, would expire the odd year, so it could be 1, 2, and 3. If it is the rest of this year and 3 more years, or it would be 4 the year.
Which we certainly don't want us.
To try to find 4 people out of the blue if everybody quit.
Okay, so I don't know if that's actually in this code. Can we decide that when we appoint someone?
No, because we're not gonna appoint anyone. We're gonna let the mayor do that.
Okay. When we approve the appointment.
When we approve the appointment.
When we approve the appointment.
Way to
Thank
make sure
you.
that we understand the terms that we're using and.
My bad, okay.
Well, I'm not sure.
When we approve the appointment for this, can we say to serve, can we determine what the term would be at that time?
I think you can determine in the origination of how we want that to happen, right? Because originally, the members were appointed to a 6-year term.
Yeah.
And then it started to change. And so I don't know what that looks like, but it is a good question that probably should be addressed.
But I don't know if it needs to be in this code.
I don't know if it's in any code. I just wonder what the expiration terms are now, and if we set that.
I think once, I think if and when we approve this, when the mayor brings forth a name, we say, Mayor, would you consider appointing to this term?
But does it?
You know, or the mayor might already do that.
Because we could appoint to a 2-year term, just so that it expired when we wanted it to.
Right. Or a 4-year term if it expired when we wanted it to.
Can we do that when by code it's a 3-year term? Because it's a state code that's planning commissioners are 3-year.
Is it state code?
Yeah, isn't it a state code?
But it says this, if you look at letter C, it says this. Planning Commission, if we read it without the strike-through, Planning Commission, the regular members of the Planning Commission shall serve a term of 3 years, except those members initially appointed who shall serve terms as set by lottery of up to 6 years in order to provide for the annual appointment or reappointment of at least 1 member. And so I think there's at least something there that we should explore and discuss. That may be something that we need to consider as to how long is this initial appointment for an alternate. And it might not be 3 years, it might be for a year, it might be for 2. Maybe it's less than 3 years, recognizing that we're gonna have some turnover, at least some anticipated turnover, the end of this year and the end of next. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so Councilmember Wright, are you directing Jeremy to add in a line similar to what was stricken to the alternate member, determining when the appointment should end?
Here's what I'm going to recommend, and I haven't thought this through thoroughly, and
Okay.
I'm really grateful for the discussion. But what I'm thinking, in my mind, that makes sense, is that perhaps the initial, because I don't know where things are going to be at the end of this year. I don't know if the commissioners who are there are going to seek reappointment and what the mayor's intent is there, and it doesn't matter to me, frankly. I'm just thinking in terms of how do we set this up so that this individual has an opportunity to serve and we don't have 4 members that are possibly losing that opportunity to serve at the end of next year. So maybe a 3-year term is the right term for this appointment. And maybe it's a term that expires. Let me think about that for just a minute. I mean, there's 2 the end of this year, there's 3 the end of next year. If this were a 3-year term, it's going to be on the off year. This is going to be an individual who would be coming off as an alternate on the off year where no one is appointed.
But does it make sense to do 2, 2, and 2?
Really not the problem, is it?
But Councilmember Gray, I'm not sure that we can do that because we can't stop and change the term of one in the middle based on the state code.
No, but what we can do, and this is why I was asking, and correct me if I'm wrong, what we can do is task the recorder's office or whoever keeps track of those days that next time the 3 seats are open, that one of them is for 3 years plus a year or whatever that is to make it up to 6 years is what we're allowed to do, so that those terms eventually will be 2, 2, and 2. That's what I would like.
So you'd like language in here that would allow.
I don't think it needs to be in here. I think it can be, hey, can we straighten this out and make it so it's 2, 2, and 2 as appropriate? Then as an appointment comes up, they can say, hey, there's 3 this year. We're going to make 2 of them for 3 years and 1 of them for 1 year, because then it would, and reappoint them the other year.
Does that make sense, what he's saying?
It makes sense. I just, as long as it's legal, that's my only.
Yeah,
I don't think you
put-
have to appoint them to a 3-year term. We could appoint them to a 1-year term or a 2-year term.
Up to
It
6.
says shall. I think we'd have to take out that crossed out language and redo it. Because otherwise it says shall serve terms of 3 years.
But that's
Right, and that's where the original language doesn't
very specific to
necessarily
the
work.
regular members of the planning commission.
Right.
This is the alternate.
No, he wants to change one of the regular members.
Right, and that's the one that I'm concerned about. I think we can do whatever we want with the initial setting of our.
So I think this code will outlive once we straighten out the getting 2 per year. It's a matter of how do we need to straighten that out so we can get 2 per year? That's what I'm asking. If that's the.
Right, and if we can do that and that's legal and we can just figure that out, then great. I am fine with that. I think that's a
So
good
is
idea.
that something that
I think that's what we want to do, from what I'm hearing.
So now I'm gonna say, how do we do that?
Can you draft that?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about how to, so, do we have any idea what I don't know what the terms are.
I'm just wondering if we can put in there that the mayor may appoint for a term
So I'm
less
just
than
thinking we
that.
probably, I mean, in order to get it done, we don't want to probably cut a term of an existing planning commissioner short. So we probably are going to end up extending the term of one of the planning commissioners.
There are two commissioners whose terms are up at the end of this year. I believe it's Commissioner Wells and Commissioner Allen. And the other remaining commissioners, their terms expire the end of next year. So 2023, December of 2023.
I mean, is this something that we could do as simple as in our next meeting, one of the guys that's coming in, not this year, but next year, bring it forward and say, we want to reappoint you for an additional year?
Well, I think we would
Extend
before it
that.
expires and then to do it. As long as the code allows us to.
First of all, we can't.
No,
The
but
mayor would have to agree to do it. Yeah.
Correct. But you see what I'm saying? I mean, let's extend one of those 3 guys that agrees to it an extra year. Then it's 2, 2, and 2.
Okay, so Jeremy, I'm going to speak for myself that I believe that what we're doing on 17C right now is that we're having a discussion and we're trying to make some modifications to this ordinance to get it where we want it to go. Since this involves the mayor, I don't feel comfortable passing it in this meeting. So when I'm saying that we want to make these modifications, we're not asking you to make them on the fly. We're asking you to take this information back, find out what the terms are, do the math, and then be able to come back with language that we can approve.
Right, and I would agree. I think it's appropriate to have the mayor here for that conversation.
Okay, so you don't need to worry about writing code on the.
But I don't think it changes the code, right? It might not change the code. It might just change how we're going to appoint it. So I don't know that it changes this, but we can still wait to see how that works out.
I think it would be helpful to have,
Right.
to make sure the code allows us to do what we want to do. Or
Correct.
what we want the mayor
Got
to
it.
do. Okay. Okay, any more discussion needed on C?
Not on C.
Okay, do you want to go ahead and make some
Yeah, my
comments?
suggestion, I don't know what Councilmember Burnham wanted to do. My suggestion was for E.
That was mine too.
So,
Okay.
and my guess, I don't want to put words in your mouth, my guess is that you probably don't want that in there. Is that,
Correct.
okay. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
I did
just-
want to talk about it and propose an idea, but yes, go
Okay,
ahead.
well,
You- go ahead.
my biggest thing was not even about that. My biggest thing was I just wanted to point it back to the noticing requirements of the other code.
Yes.
And change, if we want to change noticing, we change it from that code. That's kind of my intent. I just don't like, so what if, for example, we put this in here for noticing, and then we go back and change 2.27 to have different noticing and whatever requirements, which we might. I'm going to be honest with you, noticing for me has always been most important for the Planning Commission. That's my opinion. Others may disagree with me. So my goal was just to kind of point it to the same place so that we had these noticing requirements in the same place. So I was just going to suggest, like, could we do something like EB changed to posting and noticing planning commission appointments are considered board appointments for the purposes of posting and noticing. I shall comply with all posting and noticing requirements outlined in EMC 2.27 board appointment process. It doesn't change anything else. It just makes it accountable to those noticing and posting requirements. That was my suggestion. I don't know if there's a better way to do that, or
Well, okay,
if
so.
that even
so
gets to what you're trying to accomplish.
Councilmember Curtis, you're taking E, you're actually taking E and you're referring it to 2.27.030, and that's posting of positions, so that kind of adds an element.
So that's true. It is adding the
Yes.
element of posting, but I would want it to be posted just like any
Yes.
other one.
But then we also need it to refer to 2.27.040, which is notice to council.
Correct. So I'm really referring to those two
Yes,
sections
so
of
both
code.
of those sections. And in full disclosure, the notice to council in 2.27.040 also includes it's required for appointments and reappointments. And that is different than what is currently in the code that we're reviewing. So, do we want to turn some, does everyone
So
understand
that's all I was suggesting. I think,
Okay.
I would be interested in hearing
Yeah, no,
what the mayor
no.
has to say about
And-
those things.
and
Like
Councilmember Burnham.
that's where, and Councilmember Burnham, because I know that this has been a point of contention for all of us, and that's okay. We disagree from time to time, and we can try to work through whatever issues we've got, so.
It's a good thing we're tabling because we could have a streak of unanimous votes tonight.
Yes, so I just kind of wanted to, as you know, I've struggled with this because I feel like it is prescribing to the mayor how to make his appointments, and because that is a responsibility given to him in code, it feels wrong. And I worry that we make a lot of laws that don't necessarily need to be laws, but maybe need to be processes. So I guess what I'm saying is I feel like it is not a bad idea to have a policy that says that the mayor has to give 5 days notice. But when you make it a law, you create all kinds of difficulties, like what we were saying. Oh, well, this says here this, and this is different here, and this is different here. But if we make it a policy, what would have happened is that the Kings would have been here 2 weeks ago and we would have approved them. Because we can override a policy, but we can't break a law. So that's just my suggestion, if we could just think about that.
And I do think that you bring up a good argument for policy versus law, but then the question is, who gets to override the policy? And is that the mayor, is that the council? Because I think if we're trying to accomplish this goal of trying to have notice before the names hit the public, if we have discussion or concerns, then if the policy is just set aside, then we've not accomplished that goal. And I think in this particular case, I know that this had been being worked on for a long time before when we were notified of the opportunity of the Kings to come to the agenda. My thought is that if that conversation would have been had 2 or 3 days before, it wouldn't have been an issue. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't see how that's the council's.
Oh,
I don't see how that's the council's fault
I
that if it
wasn't
didn't
saying
happen
that
in a
it
timely.
was the fault, but there
No,
are.
right, but
there are
you're saying
times-
we're tying our hands by doing X.
Yeah.
And I think that that's a valid concern. I think my concern has only ever been that if in the case, and I'm just going to be honest, it's likely going to be in the case that we have the Planning Commission, because those are the ones that I would care, or I would have the most strong feelings about as far as like whether they have experience in planning or whether they have other experience that I would feel necessary. And so those ones, it's very important to get that notification beforehand to be able to share any feedback with the mayor. Once again, we've all talked about how the mayor can choose to bring that name forward anyway, and I don't take any issue with that. I don't know, one of the things that I go back to is when we had David Church here, he talked about how the council setting a process is not taking away the mayor's right to appoint. By setting a process and a notification, we aren't saying that the mayor can't appoint or who he has to appoint. He retains that right. That is his right. We will not take that right, nor should we take that right. But setting a process within reason, I think is very much a legislative action. Now, does that mean that I want to ram that through and make it difficult for the mayor or make it difficult for staff? No. I would like us to find something that works. I don't think that we've found it, and I think that there's maybe some bad blood amongst a lot of us, but we're all adults, and I think we can figure this thing out somehow.
Well, and at this point, it is code for the rest of our appointments. And
Right.
And we do want it on Planning Commission, I think.
So that's where I want to interject. I pulled up 2.27 to double check. One of the questions I've had previously when we've looked at this code is it specifically says in almost every section, board, advisory board, board members, and I asked if Planning Commission was considered a board because it doesn't state Planning Commission. So if you're...
Councilmember Gray, let me have him read his, what was this?
Yeah, I was
Your
suggesting...
amendment.
So are you talking about putting that into...
I was
He's got something
suggesting
new.
e-posting and noticing would be the header, the headline. Planning Commission appointments are considered board appointments for purposes of posting and noticing, and shall comply with all posting and noticing requirements outlined in EMC 2.27 board appointments.
So then but then you refer back to 2.27.
Correct.
And in
Which talks about
2.7,
boards.
it doesn't talk about...
And it says that they're considered board members for those two requirements.
Now, whether or not that's the best way to do it, once again, I've said my goal is that I would like them all to follow the same process.
I agree
Whatever
with
that
that, but it's not
process
in 2.27, that process for the Planning Commission specifically. So what I'm pointing out is I think you need to add Planning Commission to 2.27.
It's not a bad
Or
idea.
leave it in where it's at, right? Because it's not in 2.27.
Well, this code says that they're considered board members for those two sections. So I think it does it. I don't, like.
Whether or not that's the best way to do it, I'm pointing. I think that there's ways that we can get around this, and maybe, I don't know. I just wrote something based on what I was trying to accomplish, and that was to try to make it so that if we now go back and make an adjustment, say we change the days that we do in 2.27, then that would apply to the Planning Commission, and we don't have to come back and change that yet again. That's what I'm getting at.
Do you want to weigh in on this, Jeremy?
All that I'll say is I think the reference, as Councilmember Curtis suggested, having it in here, because I think you want it in here, something in the Planning Commission section that references back to that section instead of just having it in the other section, because otherwise you'll miss it.
do you feel like we need to change the other section to say commission members as well? Or do you think it's clear enough just to say that they're considered board members for those two sections?
Yeah, I think that's sufficient. I think that's the best way.
To change the other sections and do,
No, to just say that
just
they're.
do it, do it.
For those.
And the reason that I think that that is beneficial in other ways is that we outline a lot more things that are part of the process in the Planning Commission code. I don't want it to say those are all thrown out and we're only using 2.27. That should
Right.
still say the same as it always was. Does that make sense?
Okay.
That was my thought process anyway.
All right, so the idea was that we're probably planning on tabling this and that we wanted to give feedback to Jeremy. Any other thoughts on this?
What are we asking him specifically to do? That's what I would like to understand.
In my
see
mind,
some
it's
clarity.
change E, according to the recommendations that Councilmember Curtis has made. Change C change C to clarify the 3 years and to line up those current commission members to be on 3 separate rotations of 3-year terms. That's what I feel like we're, you know what, we need a motion, right? We need a motion to table and to do something.
Why don't you make it?
No,
Unless there's more discussion.
unless we want more discussion,
To
yeah.
be, you had suggested, I don't know that we fully got what your suggestion was. Was that to go towards something more of like having a policy and procedure rather than having a code? That's what you're suggesting.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I'm going to be honest, I don't know how I feel about that. But
And that's why I just wanted to say it, so
Right,
people
right,
could think
right,
about
right.
it, and if you don't agree with me, you don't agree with me. But I think it gives us a little bit of flexibility where we might need it at some point. And and there's also some concern about trying to make every board and everything comply, but that's not with this. But, for example, we have a safety committee with the city. Are we going to require that the mayor post those even though they're staff members? So we got to fix that.
Right, and I honestly think that I am amenable to those types of changes in our appointment code that we've talked about, where I don't care to get notice for something like that.
Right.
That's me personally. I don't know if the rest of the council feels the same way. Or...
Section 2.7 is still considered under review. We're still working on that, and we can bring that back individually. I'm still confused that it sounds like this needs to be in here, so what exactly did you want to change in E? Because it covers it.
All I was really trying to do is, instead of outlining exactly what that process is in E, was to point it back to the code that outlines the process for noticing and posting. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I think Jeremy's saying that it's good to have it in here.
Well, no, I was saying, he's saying that we could do that.
Yeah, and also to include posting of positions, which is 2.27.030, which is not in here.
And then we could consider, when we bring back the appointment code, that we exempt we exempt all these things from XYZ requirements.
So basically what this does is it points this planning commission section back to 2.27, which is under review, and then we can make changes to 2.27, and it will affect both the planning commission and any other commissions or boards that we want.
Right, and if we add something else, it wouldn't apply because it's only the noticing and posting that it applies to.
And the reason Jeremy's saying that we should have what Colby said here is because when people look here to see what the code is, they will see it and know that there is a place to go.
So we want it in both
Otherwise-
places.
Yeah.
Well, we want a reference to it here and fully detailed there.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
So the planning commission code doesn't say 5 days at all. It just says go look at 2.27 to find out it's 5 days, or if we change it, it might be 4 days. Or
But I don't know the way you need to, you can have it, read the whole sentence and then say, as per 2.27. What difference does it make of it?
Because if you put the number, and then we change it in 2.27, it doesn't necessarily change it here because you put a number here.
because then we'd have to come back and change the planning commission code again. That's what I'm, does that make sense?
Okay.
Which I understood to begin with, but I didn't know why it had harm, so I get it. so that they correlate in case of a change.
Yes.
Gotcha. So either way, we're going to table it.
Okay, and then can I just, I feel like we're struggling a little bit with this. We struggled a little bit the first time this came up, that we struggled a little bit actually following it. And in my mind, this can't be too clear at this point because we're still trying to work it out. And so for me, I would prefer that it's in code.
And I'm going to tell you that I feel strongly, just as you do, Councilmember Love. So with all due respect to Councilmember Burnham, I understand where she's coming from. I respect her position. I just simply see it in a little different way.
Unless we want to have any more discussion, I'll try and make a motion. Okay, I move that we table 17C, an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, amending the Eagle Mountain City Municipal Code 17.15.030, Planning Commission organization, and instruct Attorney Jeremy Cook to make the following changes and bring it back on the next possible agenda for further discussion. And we would want to change item C. We would want to include verbiage that allows us to lengthen or shorten a term of one of the existing Planning Commission members so that the 6 members that include the 5 regular members and the 1 alternate member would be reappointed 2 members per year. That we would clarify the alternate member term to be 3 years or unless appointed as a regular member of the Planning Commission instead of until, and that we change E, that we strike E and we replace it with posting and noticing. Planning Commission appointments are considered board appointments for purposes of posting and noticing and shall comply with all posting and noticing requirements outlined in Eagle Mountain Municipal Code 2.27 Board Appointment Process.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Love and a second by Councilmember Curtis. Any clarification needed on that motion?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay.
So in section C, which I had brought up and said 2 per year, I think what we came up with was they could just figure it out. I don't know that we need to codify that we're going to change it to make it sync. And you specifically motioned to codify section C that we would change the appointment process to make them sync. I thought we were just kind of going to do that in-house.
Yes, because it says shall serve terms of 3 years.
So
I don't think we have any wiggle room.
we can clarify the language, but what you motioned was specifically to sync the terms. So what you're saying is to fix the language so that we can sync
Yes,
the terms.
yes, yes.
So
And I feel like that's what I said, if I, okay,
that's what's understood?
okay, yeah.
So I have a question. Usually when we move to table, I mean, we give instruction, but we don't include it in the motion in turn. So I feel like you basically made a motion that I can't vote for, so I can't vote to table, which I want to do.
See, and that's kind of what I was getting at with the other one. It felt pretty
So I will withdraw
specific.
my motion, and I will make a motion to table this ordinance with, to be brought back to City Council with changes as presented in council. Don't you normally do that? As previously discussed.
So
Don't we normally do that? Am I? Okay.
Second. Yeah, I don't.
so there's a motion and a second, and now there's a withdrawal.
No,
No,
now
she
there's a new
withdrew it.
motion, so we have a new motion by
But it's the
Councilmember Love.
same. It's the same, so it's okay. We can just vote.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know what we're voting.
I guess I am trying to
Do we
understand
normally
because.
do that? Am I
Because we usually
crazy?
talk about something and then bring it, but then I would also say that that includes giving additional feedback if the mayor wants to give feedback and we can
Yeah.
talk about it next time.
Yes.
You've
Well, I mean-
prescribed the motion that's gonna, you've prescribed exactly what we're going to vote on next time. Does that make sense?
No, I think it's just a table and direction. Because usually when we table, we want to give direction,
We
right?
generally do give direction, I think.
Yeah, but not as part of the motion.
But not as part of the motion. Yeah.
Okay, well,
The direction's already been set, the motion's
to
just to
table.
but
table.
the direction is for him to rewrite this ordinance, right?
Yes, and we've talked about that. Now the motion is simply to table.
Because otherwise, we have to vote.
Okay, I will
Does that make sense?
withdraw my motion.
And I think the question really is for Mr. Cook. Do you understand what the council is asking you to kind of readjust in this and bring back?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly understand what the rewriting, and I was kind of thinking through this, of when you have council members that may disagree, you know, if you had
Sure.
4 different council members who all wanted it to come back as slightly different revisions, how is it best to bring that back, I guess? And,
So would you
and-
prefer that the
and I'm
motion
just trying to
is
think through this,
specific?
and I know everybody's, this isn't, I think this is more of a kind of a bigger issue, because this is an easy one. We can either bring it back as maybe option A, which would just be the option here, option B, which is Councilmember Love's revisions, and have a couple of different options for the council to consider when we bring it back.
I don't think that's problematic.
And
from
I
my
would be,
perspective.
I would be fine for that if we had a couple of options for C and E.
I think that's fine.
Sure.
But I guess if, maybe on a more controversial issue, if you did have council saying you had a majority of the council that was in the motion to bring it back a certain way, so with certain language in there, it's not a vote, but it's just what we're going to bring it back as. So I think on this one, probably the easiest thing with respect to all the council members is to just have a motion to table, and then I understand the instructions to bring back option A, which is the option that was presented and recommended by the planning commission, and option B, which is Councilmember Love's suggested changes.
Okay, so I will withdraw my motion and make a new motion. Maybe I should let someone else make a new motion to table 17C, Ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, amending the Eagle Mountain City Municipal Code Section 17.15.030, Planning Commission Organization, and instruct the city attorney, Jeremy Cook, to bring back a number of different options based on the discussion that has been held.
Second.
Okay, so
Third time's the charm.
motion by I can't remember the words. Motion by Councilmember Love, second by Councilmember Curtis. Do we need any discussion?
I just have a question, simply schematics. No, I do, because I asked this a second ago. No, it has nothing to do with what you, so we had a motion, we have a second. Robert's Rules of Order, does the person originating the motion, if it's withdrawn, is there no action taken?
No action taken.
No, so as long as she withdrew it,
Yeah.
there's no action.
Right.
And no matter what, the second doesn't have to withdraw.
Either way, I withdraw both of those other motions.
That's what I'm asking, simply schematics, if we did that correctly.
Yep.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Then I have no further questions.
Please, anyone else? Okay, all right. We'll start the voting with myself. Councilmember Love is a yes. Councilmember Wright?
This is a motion to table, correct?
Yes, motion to
Yes,
table.
my vote is aye.
Okay,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray? Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Burnham?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. A unanimous vote. Okay, we will go ahead and move to, we'd like to welcome the Kings here and thank them for their willingness to serve. And I'm buying time until I can find that section of the agenda where we were going to do something here. Here we go. Okay, 10A. We have and some appointments. And traditionally, we have the liaison make those motions. Who is that?
That's me.
That's you. Okay, I'll turn the time over to Councilmember Wright.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the mayor, and I want to thank our Mayor Pro Tem for working together in bringing to us a lovely couple who we're excited to be able to work with our youth council. And so, Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we appoint Mary King to serve as a youth council advisor for a one-year term ending June 2023.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Wright, a second
Second.
by Councilmember Curtis. Let's go ahead and go to the voting. Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis.
Yes.
Councilmember Burnham.
Yes.
Councilmember Love is also a yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we appoint Matt King to serve as a youth council advisor for a one-year term ending June of 2023.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Wright and a second by Councilmember Curtis. And we'll go ahead and go to the voting with Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis.
Yes.
Councilmember Burnham.
Yes.
Councilmember Love is a yes. Councilmember Wright.
Yes, and welcome. Thank you.
Yes, welcome. And then do we want, we usually come down and
They gotta
congratulate you,
swear
but
'em
we've
in.
also got an oath of office. Should we go ahead and do that first? And then we will officially welcome you. Yeah. Like today? We're done today. Okay. Oh, you mean the code? I think we're done. Okay.
Put it in the ledge budget, 50,000.
Okay, so we have city council and mayor business. Do we want to combine liaison reports with this? Okay, we're going to combine city council mayor business with liaison reports. And we will start with Councilmember Curtis.
Yeah, so the Plan Commission has been doing a good job. They have made, I don't know, I love their discussion, and I appreciate the work that they do. They have dissenting voices and offer a wide variety of perspectives, and that's helpful to give us good advice, and I appreciate what they're doing. And then seniors did not meet this past month because of, they had to cancel, I think based on Pony Express days and just not having time to get everything ready, but they should be meeting here shortly for another meeting. Anyway, that's all I've got.
Okay, Councilmember Burnham.
So the Eagle Mountain Arts Alliance met yesterday, but unfortunately I was at a family reunion. I thought I'd be able to squeeze it in, but it didn't happen. So I asked if they send me kind of a report, and I haven't heard anything back from that. And of course, we know Pony Express Events did an amazing job, and I am going to be working with Pony Express Events to kind of see where we should go from here. So that's kind of the plan, and you'll probably be hearing more about that later.
Okay, for my liaison reports, we have the Legion, who had a fundraiser, sold water at the rodeo, so that was a great opportunity for them. I don't believe that they've met since then. They also had a blood drive on June 10th, and the last I heard, it was almost full. So that was great news that they were able to get so many people to volunteer to come and give blood. As far as my business is concerned, I would like to make a formal request that I be able to work with the mayor or staff to reevaluate our utility billing policies. We've had some concerns with that, and I would like to, it's nothing that I want to codify, but I feel like there are some changes that need to happen, and some of our current practices don't really reflect our values as a city. And I'm making it as a formal request, and in order to move forward, we do have support of additional city council members that would like to see this change made as well, if we could have that discussion.
I'm going to tell you, because I've kind of been working on this too, and we had a short discussion earlier today, so expand on what it is that you want to see.
I'd rather just leave it vague and be able to just work with them.
Okay, fair enough.
So do you need verification that the rest of the council would like to see these changes made as well?
So I talked to some, and I think I know what some of them are, and we've actually, Kimberly and I have already discussed some of those, but I think just as long as, Mayor knows that you guys want to do that, and that he can weigh in, and then we move forward.
Okay.
Does that sound good?
All right. Yeah, and I just wanted to bring it up and make it official.
And based on the discussion that I had with Councilmember Love, what she is suggesting, I'm supportive of, so.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Wright.
Yeah, I think you'll find there's broad support for what Councilmember Love, I think, is suggesting, and as long as she doesn't go rogue on us and find something that's outside of what she's already discussed
I
with
will
us, I
not
think
do
we're good.
that.
I think that's true. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just a quick, obviously, we recognize that Mary and Matt King were just sworn in as our youth council advisors, and we have a new youth mayor and youth council. And so we're going to hit the ground running. We're kind of green, but I'm looking forward to spending some time with them, getting to know them a little bit, and see what we can do to make sure that this year youth council has a great time. And I see Leanne shaking her head because her daughter's great and has participated there with us, and I'm just grateful for the young men and young women who participate in that. Parks and Rec, we were unable to gather a quorum in our last attempt, but we'll make another attempt here shortly at the beginning of next month. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Gray.
I don't have anything to report on the liaison, and my business is, my notes are getting longer, but I've already spoke with Paul on a few things, so as well, I'm good.
Okay. I believe that this covers our agenda for the city council meeting.
Yes, and so I actually had a question for you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
Do we need to even have the RDA? Does anyone, I guess, if anyone has questions or anything that they need to know, then we probably should. But if nobody has any, my understanding is that we don't even have to have it because it's noticed, but we're not taking action.
I thought we were meeting
And there's no
next
public
Tuesday.
hearing with it. So we are meeting, so that's, I'm wondering if we need to even do this.
So that's his point, I think.
Yes. Or if we can just.
Thoughts?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
So my question is, we're not taking any action on the RDA because of a glitch.
Okay.
Yes, a glitch. And so we don't have any questions, so do we even need to convene and reconvene as the RDA if we don't have any business to conduct today? Even though we noticed it?
No.
Okay.
You can notice a meeting and just not hold it, that's fine.
Councilmember Burnham wanted to be the, in charge for that one.
I'm joking. Please. Okay, so is that kind of where we're at? All right, so I will entertain a motion.
I move to adjourn.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Councilmember Curtis. Do we have a second?
No?
Second. Councilmember Burnham.
Any one of you can keep us here by voting.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so Our meeting is adjourned at 9:16.